Welcome to Letters of Paul, Strength and Inner Peace. As the soft rain hushes the room, take a deep breath, and another. Tonight's journey follows a young courier entrusted with Paul's letters, walking roads and sailing quiet waters to deliver messages of courage, grace, and peace. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you watching from tonight? Share your city or country in the comments, and feel free to whisper a blessing for someone who might read it. Now, loosen your shoulders, slow your thoughts, and let the rain guide you toward rest. The room was small and smelled of damp stone and olive oil, a scent that seemed to settle in the folds of my cloak and in the quiet spaces behind my ribs. A candle stood in a clay dish that had seen many nights like this one, and the wick bent toward Paul as if it knew to listen when he spoke. He lifted his hands to pray, and his chains chimed, a sound that should have sounded cold, but did not. It sounded like a call to attention, a reminder that freedom sometimes looks different than we expect. I was there to carry words. He was there to bless the carrying. He pressed the leather satchel into my palms. It was not heavy, not at first, only the weight of paper and hope, yet my arms took it as if it were something more. The leather had been rubbed smooth by other hands. I ran my thumb along the stitching and thought of all the hours that had made it strong. The candle made a small lake of light on the table, and the edges of the room receded into a companionable dark. The rain had begun its patient tapping at the shutters, slow and steady, like fingers counting blessings or hearts remembering how to keep time. Paul watched me the way a shepherd watches a lamb that likes to run but always finds the flock again. His eyes were tired and bright, like lamps that had refused to go out. The lines around them were not the marks of a hard life so much as the map of a faithful one. He spoke my name like a promise that I had not yet learned to believe. Then he prayed. He did not hurry. He never hurried when he spoke to the one who listens. His prayer rose and fell with the rain, each word a bead on a string that reached beyond the ceiling, past the roofs of the neighbourhood, past the walls of Rome, past the boundaries of my fear. When he finished, he kept his hand resting over mine for a moment, anchoring the satchel to my grasp, as if to say that this was not only a task, but also a gift. I looked at the satchel and at him, and felt the soft quake of my heart. I was not a scholar. I was not a soldier. I was a runner with sand-tough feet, a person who stumbled on long thoughts and sometimes on short ones too. Yet there I stood, holding words that would ask the world to breathe differently. I had not known until that moment that a heartbeat could be a kind of doorway. I had not known that a doorway could open from the inside. He told me the names of the places that would receive the letters: Ephesus and Colossae and Philippi, Thessalonica and Berea. Names that sounded like distant bells. I had seen some of them written on cargo crates, and heard others shouted on the wharf at Ostia. Now each name pulled a thread through me and tied me to a path I could not yet see. He spoke of people, not only cities. A widow who prayed before the ovens were warm. A textile dyer with hands that always smelled faintly of violets. A jailer who sang into the night and found the song singing back. A householder who had learned that forgiveness does not let wrongs vanish, but invites them to be carried together into the light. Each face was a room in a house I suddenly realised I belonged to. The candle spat and steadied. A drop of wax crawled down the side and cooled into a white tear at the rim. I could feel the satchel warming where it met my skin. Inside were pages breathed on by the one who had written them, words inked by hands that had worked tents and steadied new believers and reached for friends during storms. There were greetings that felt like embraces, and there were questions that were not riddles but keys. There were blessings that asked nothing and yet asked everything. There were sentences that moved like clear water over stones, smoothing them, making a path. I lifted the flap and looked without reading, as one looks into a river at night. A scent of papyrus rose and met the smell of oil and rain. I could see the careful lines, the neat margins, the small corrections that marked a mind both precise and joyful. The letters felt alive, not like a wild thing, but like a garden that had been tended, that knew where to grow and where to rest. I closed the satchel and tied the strap. The knot held, and something inside me seemed to knit along with it. Paul began to speak again, slower, as if he had entered a room inside the room. He spoke about strength, and he did not use the words I expected. He said strength is not a shout, but a steady hand that keeps pouring water while storms rattle the door. He said strength is often a quiet agreement between the heart and the truth. He said it is not the same as being unbreakable. It is sometimes the grace to bend without fear. He said peace is not a passivity, but a power that refuses panic and walks forward even when feet shake. He smiled the whole time he said these things, and it felt less like advice and more like a witness describing the colour of dawn. I asked if I would know what to say when I reached the first house, the first gathering, the first circle of faces turned like flowers toward a flame. He told me that the words themselves would know. He told me to read them gently and to rest between lines so the quiet could do its work. He reminded me to break bread when offered, to let prayer be as simple as breathing, to accept help without shame, and to give it without pride. He said to notice the small mercies, because they teach the soul to recognize the larger ones when they arrive. The rain grew more confident, and somewhere below the window a cart rolled past, wheels whispering over wet stone. In the hallway, a footfall paused and moved on, careful not to interrupt what could be sensed even from the other side of a door. The candle leaned and recovered. The satchel waited, newly certain of its place at my side. I felt a tenderness toward the road that I had not felt before, a tenderness even toward the hard parts. I thought of blisters that heal. I thought of clouds that break and sea that rests again. I thought of the way a child learns to walk by falling forward just enough to trust the next step. Paul told me a story from years earlier, of a night spent on a different floor with a different candle, when he had wondered whether the work would outlive him. He had not been afraid of the end as much as he had been concerned for those who would continue. That night he had looked at the flicker and decided to keep trusting the one who does not snuff out small flames. He laughed softly at his younger self, and then dipped the wick with a spoon to trim it. The flame brightened. I realized then that a life can be a room where someone else's flame burns clearer. Time in that place did not feel like counts and measures. It felt like breath. He began to speak blessings over me, which was a kind of music I wish I could have bottled. He blessed my feet to be steady over wet stones. He blessed my eyes to see kindness where fear makes everything look hard. He blessed my hands to hold what was given without clutching, and to release what should be shared without reluctance. He blessed my tongue to carry words that heal, and to let silence do the healing when words would only clatter. His chains moved again as he gestured, a silver punctuation to his sentences. I did not feel pity for the metal. I felt reverence for a man who had taught even his chains to sing. A memory came uninvited of my mother washing a small clay jar in a basin long ago, the way she turned it so that water reached every place, the patience of her hands, the rhythm of her breath. She had said that the secret to carrying anything is to make space for it. If you try to carry with a clenched hand, you will drop it, she had told me. If you open your hand, there is room for balance. I looked at the satchel again and felt the truth of that lesson reach across years and enter the present like a familiar friend at the door. I asked about fear and whether it would disqualify me. He looked almost surprised that I would ask such a thing. He said fear often arrives first at good doorways and tries to speak for wisdom. He said to listen long enough to know the difference, then to give fear a place to sit that is not the driver's seat. He said courage is not the absence of trembling, but the choice to love something more than you love safety. He invited me to love the people who would hear these letters, to let my feet become servants of that love. When he stood, the room shifted. Not much, only the way a room changes when the purpose of the meeting has been reached. He adjusted the cuffs of his tunic and smiled again, and I had the sudden awareness that while I had seen his face many times, I might not see it again. The awareness did not bring panic, it brought gratitude. I understood that every true meeting prepares us to be faithful when we part. He laid his hand briefly on my head and spoke one more blessing that I would remember later while listening to rain on the deck of a small ship. The blessing was simple. May the peace that carries me carry you. May it be strong enough for both of us. I placed the strap over my shoulder and felt the satchel settle against my ribs. The weight fit me, the way a song finds the right key. The candle flame lifted slightly, no breeze in the room to explain it. Only that curious movement flames sometimes make when a soul stands up on the inside. I took a breath that found room in me I had not noticed, and then another. Each one made the next easier. Paul walked me to the door. The corridor was cool and smelled of wet dust. The guards posted on the landing did not trouble us. One of them nodded. Perhaps he had listened through the wall these many weeks and found himself unwilling to interrupt prayers that asked no favours and offered only peace. We stepped to the threshold, and he placed his hand on the lintel as if the doorway itself might need comfort. He looked out into the rain and then back at me, and in that look he put the trust I had been afraid to claim. It felt like a cloak set on my shoulders by someone who knew my size better than I did. He told me to go with care and with joy, to be ready to stop where the spirit asked for pauses, and to begin again where the road became clear. He told me to sleep when sleep offered its gift, to eat when food came, to share what I had, and to let gratitude be a path that always led me home. I stepped onto the stairs, and the stone held me. The first drop of rain kissed my cheek and cooled a worry I had been carrying along the edge of my jaw. I descended slowly, counting the steps, not with numbers, but with simple thanks. At the bottom, The street received me with its familiar blemishes and puddles. A cart rattled by, the mule shaking its ears against the drizzle. A boy ran past carrying kindling, and his laughter jumped the puddles with him. Someone called for figs from a window, and someone else answered that the figs would be there by noon. I pulled the hood of my cloak forward and tucked the satchel beneath it. The leather warmed again. The strap found the place across my shoulder where it would ride for miles. I looked once toward the window where the candle burned. I could not see the flame, only the line of light under the shutter, steady as a heartbeat. I lifted a quiet prayer. It did not need many words. It was the kind of prayer that knows it is heard. The rain thickened for a moment and then softened. The city exhaled. I began to walk, not quickly, not slowly, simply with attention. Each step found a rhythm that matched the drops on the stone and the hum of the day waking around me. I felt something like a lantern slide into place inside my chest. It did not burn hot. It burned sure. The letters at my side rested like a promise. The road opened like a sentence that had been waiting for the right breath. I took that breath and moved into it. Morning came with a silver sky and the smell of the river, and I walked the road to Ostia with the satchel tucked beneath my cloak where it could feel my warmth and I could feel its quiet heartbeat. The stones of the way held yesterday's rain, and each step made a soft sound that belonged to no one in particular, a sound the city makes when it is trying to be gentle. Market doors lifted like eyelids. A mule shouldered a cart and nodded as if to bless the day. Somewhere a baker lifted loaves from an oven, and the air passed that news from doorway to doorway. I paused once to listen behind me, as if the room I had left could be heard from here. It could not, but the blessing had followed anyway. I could feel it like a shawl set across my shoulders, light but warm. The Tiber moved beside the road, a broad, patient companion. Barges nudged its current like beetles on a pond. I matched my breathing to the river for a few minutes, in and out, slow enough that a worry I had not named began to loosen. I remembered Paul's hand on mine when he gave me the satchel, and the way he had told me to let silence do some of the carrying. The silence between the carriage wheels and the soft rain did its work. By the time the first cranes of the port showed themselves through the mist, my stride had found a rhythm that felt like a prayer someone else had begun, and I had been allowed to continue. Ostia was a city of ropes and wet wood, of tar warming under slow lamps, of gulls that did not care whether men were arguing about grain prices or the worth of salt. The rain came thin, more a veil than a wall. It made beads on the lashes of the men who lifted amphorae, and on the sleeves of women who sold warm chickpeas in little cups. It softened the shouts until even the quarrels had the courtesy to sound far away. I stepped among the puddles and felt the port receive me, the way a big house receives a returning son, even when the son is a stranger. There is a kind of order in places where many things must meet. Lines of cargo waited like thoughts that were learning to be sentences. Ships rested with their flanks against the quay, bumping gently, as if to say that even wood remembers waves when it is at anchor. A dog of uncertain age threaded the crowd with the confidence of someone who knows where bones and kindness are best found. I bought a small loaf and a handful of olives from a woman whose hair had gone grey in a way that looked like wisdom, and I stood under an awning and ate slowly. The salt and the rain greeted one another on my tongue and became something new. I asked after a trader bound east, any vessel that would trust this gentle weather and not call it danger. A boy with quick feet led me to a narrow-bellied ship that had carried figs one week and lamp oil the next, and now seemed ready for letters and a handful of travelling souls. Her name was painted in blue, the kind of blue that holds the memory of clear skies even on a day like this. The captain was a woman with a scar along her forearm, the clean kind of scar that says there had been a lesson and that the lesson had stayed learned. She looked me over, not unkindly, and glanced at the satchel that I kept near. Light cargo, she said, meaning the satchel, meaning me, meaning the way I held myself. Light cargo rides easiest in the stern. You can mind that coil and keep your head low when the wind comes sideways. She did not ask what I carried. Perhaps she had learned that the sea itself asked enough. I thanked her, and she nodded once, as if gratitude were a currency she recognized. A sailor with kind eyes set a small jar near the brazier and poured warm water over dried figs, releasing their sweetness to the air. He saw me watching and smiled. "Storms talk big," he said, his voice easy. "Most are only rain learning to walk. Sit, warm your hands." I sat close enough to feel the brazier, not so close that others could accuse me of hoarding heat. The sailor offered me a fig, and I accepted it the way one accepts a blessing, by letting it be what it is, and not asking it to be more. The sweetness slid onto my tongue like a kindness you are almost embarrassed to receive, because it is so simple. He nodded at the satchel, and then at my eyes. "First voyage with something that matters," he guessed. I almost laughed. He had named both the simplest and largest thing with a single sentence. We cast off with a sound like a quiet decision. Lines came away from iron rings. The hull sighed as the sea remembered her. And the city that makes itself loud for most people made itself soft for us. The drizzle stitched little circles on the grey surface, tiny weddings of water to water. The dog watched us go from the end of the quay, and then turned its thoughts toward other ships and other travellers. A shrine to the sea stood near the breakwater with a wreath set on its ledge. Someone had left a handful of fresh thyme. The thyme's scent lifted as we passed, a green courage that made the lungs feel young. The captain put a hand on the tiller, and nothing about her body was hurried. She spoke to the wind with the kind of voice that knows it will be heard, not because it is loud, but because it is patient. The crew moved like parts of a large, kindly animal that had woken from a nap and decided to stretch. I set the satchel on my lap and only then opened the flap just enough to see the first page that lay on top. Ink on papyrus, letters gathered in tidy rows that looked surprisingly like a shoreline seen from a height. I did not read yet. I let my eyes rest on the strokes, allowed the shapes to become familiar, as if we were introducing ourselves and exchanging the simple courtesies of names. When the ship cleared the river mouth and tasted the open sea, the rain eased until it was merely the memory of rain resting on skin. The city became a smudge. The gulls became fewer, then one, then none. I breathed in, long and quiet, and I breathed out. I had thought the sea would be a stranger. It was not. It was a wild, moving peace that did not ask me to deserve it. The sailor with the figs hummed a tune without words. The deck made its gentle argument for trust, rising and lowering, a hand that lifts and sets down, lifts and sets down. I thought then about the first of the letters, the one that would be read in a room in Ephesus, where woven cloth might lean against the walls, and where someone would be mending a torn sleeve, even as the words of mending came to them. I thought of phrases I had heard while the ink was still drying, promises about being held and made into one household, about a peace that does not argue, and therefore cannot be argued away. I let those sentences slip through me like fish in clear water. I did not grab them. I let them show their colours and swim on. Now and then I touched the satchel with my fingertips, a reassurance that felt like checking my own pulse. The captain came to stand near me once we were settled on the proper heading. "Bad weather to the south," she said, nodding toward a line of darker grey that kept its distance like a brooding thought. "But it minds its own business. We will mind ours." She looked down at my hands and smiled at how carefully I guarded the satchel from spray. "First lesson," she said, not unkind. "You cannot keep salt off your life if you go to sea. Better to learn what dries and what needs oil." I nodded and realised she had given me more than sailing advice. I found a spot beneath the slight shelter of the aft deck and settled cross-legged with the satchel before me. The wood held the day's cool, but the brazier's warmth wandered even here, and found me. I loosened the tie and lifted the first page. The letters spoke with the rhythm of greeting and grace. I read them quietly, shaping them with my mouth, even though no voice came. It felt important to give them my breath, as if that were the first step in lending them to the world. There were words about being chosen and about adoption, not as a contract, but as a table set with your name on it before you learnt to read. There were lines about the kind of strength that refuses to be cruel, and about a unity that comes from remembering that none of us began by deserving to be loved. The paper carried a faint scent of oil and the distinct, honest smell of the scribe's hands. I paused often, not to think, but to let the thinking rest. The sea helped. It moved beneath us with the patience of a teacher who has taught many and is still not tired. Whenever a sentence about peace rose, the ship lifted. Whenever a sentence about belonging came, the ship settled. It was not a trick. It was simply the way truth and water agree with each other when given a chance. A boy on the crew, no older than the young couriers who run messages across the city at dusk, came and sat near, careful not to seem as if he were listening. He had the posture of someone who has learned to make his hunger look like curiosity, so he will not be turned away. I read a portion aloud, softly, a few phrases that could be heard by anyone who wanted them and ignored by anyone who did not. The boy's eyes steadied. "We are not strangers in God's house. Yao." "Sure." I paraphrased. "We are at home." He did not move, but a muscle in his jaw stopped its repetitive clench. I did not say more. He rubbed a nick in the deck until it became smooth. After a time, he rose and went back to his tasks with the careful dignity of someone carrying fire in a small cup. Clouds rearranged themselves. The rain returned in a mist that felt like an anointing more than a threat. The sailor with kind eyes poured hot water again, this time over a handful of dried mint, and the ship filled with the smell of green hills you could almost walk. He handed me a cup with both hands, a deliberate courtesy that said I was not just cargo. The heat gathered in my palms and worked its way up to my wrists, then into my forearms where the strap had pressed a mark shaped like a responsibility. We passed a fisherman in a narrow boat rowing toward the city we had left behind. He lifted his chin in greeting. The kind sailors know is real because it costs nothing and yet offers something honest. The captain returned the nod as if it were an oath. For a while we travelled in a quiet that was full of company. A woman with a basket wrapped in cloth murmured to herself the names of those she would feed when she reached shore. A man with a bundle of tools kept feeling for a particular chisel as if it were a friend. I think he feared losing it more than he feared any storm, I understood. There are tools and there are promises, and they have much in common. Near noon, the drizzle thinned into single drops that spaced themselves as if they were learning manners. The sky became a brighter grey and the sea responded by lifting its own shade by one breath. I ate the rest of my bread and gave 2 olives to the boy when he passed. Not because 2 olives are much, but because I had learned that when 2 olives are shared, they are no longer only olives. He took them with a nod that avoided the eyes, then later left a strip of dried pear near my satchel without a word. We had made a small exchange, and both of us knew it mattered more than it measured. I read again, this time a portion about walking, about the steps of a life that chooses gentleness on purpose. It spoke of shoes fitted with the readiness of peace, which sounded like the opposite of running ragged. I looked at my own feet and imagined them trained to bring calm into rooms the way some feet bring trouble. I thought of the road ahead and of doors that would open to me because the letter would be carried in, not because I had earned the right to enter. I promised, quietly and without flourish, to set my feet down softly wherever I could. The wind shifted once in the early afternoon and gave the rigging a chance to sing. Wood spoke to rope, and rope spoke to sail, and the sail translated for the rest of us in the language of Ford. The captain moved her weight a finger's width, and the ship answered with surprising enthusiasm. I had not known how little was required to change a course. The thought settled among the other thoughts. A mild bird finding its branch. I closed the satchel for a while and let my head rest against the curve of the ship. Sleep came like a friend who knows the door. It did not ask permission. It found me. In that small sleep, I dreamed a simple dream, that I was walking with a small lantern and the path was clear only 2 steps at a time, and that this was enough. When I woke, the sea was the same, and I was calmer, which made the world look new, as if it had been washed while I rested. Late in the day, a list of tasks made its way along the deck and found me. I coiled a length of line until it was a quiet circle. I wiped a rail that had gathered a skin of salt and then oiled the wood so it would not splinter. The sailor with kind eyes taught me how to check the knots for honesty, not for pride. I did the work and felt a satisfaction that had nothing to do with greatness and everything to do with goodness. The kind of goodness that lets sleep find you without a fight. When evening gathered itself from the edges of the sky, the brazier became a small sun. Someone told a story about a voyage years ago when the wind carried the smell of pine for an entire day because a forest fire had been far away and none of its danger had travelled with its scent. Someone else sang a few lines of an old song about safe harbour and then stopped before the song could become loud. I unrolled the scarf from Ephesus that had been given to me as a reminder and settled it over my shoulders. It was the blue of the sky you can only see after you have learned to be patient with grey. I read a final paragraph by the lantern's hush, a blessing that used the word grace as if it were bread, something to be passed hand to hand until everyone had a piece. I sent that blessing along the ship without saying anything, only by wanting it for them in a way that felt real. The satchel, now returned to its place beneath my cloak, seemed lighter, not because it weighed less, but because it had become a companion rather than a burden. The captain came by one last time and looked at the horizon like a mother checks a sleeping child. "Good weather tomorrow," she said, and smiled a small smile, as if she could afford only small ones and preferred them anyway. I lay down near the coil I had been taught to tend and watched the mast draw a black line up into the dark that would not fully arrive for another hour. The sea settled into its night voice, a lower hum that made the bones understand their purpose. I thought of Ephesus, of the street of artisans shining with water, of a door that would open to a room where hands smelled of dye and dough and honest work, of faces that would lift at the sound of a greeting that had crossed miles to find them. I thought of Paul, of the candle, of the chains that chimed like bells calling the heart to wakefulness, of his blessing resting over me still. Before sleep came, I placed a palm over the satchel and let a single sentence rise. Let me carry this without clutching. Let me deliver it without hurry. Let me be small in the right ways. The ship breathed. The rain tapped its last few notes on the deck and then climbed the ladder of the night and became clouds. Somewhere a gull, surprised to be awake, called once and changed its mind. I closed my eyes. The world rocked me easily and asked for nothing in return. By the time the shore had become only a darker line against a darker sky, the sea had quieted into something like breath, steady, unhurried, generous. Clouds opened in places, as if the sky were loosening its collar, and the first bold stars pinned their small lights where sailors had always hoped to find them. The crew moved with the hush of people who knew each sound by name. A rope dropped softly against the deck. A timber answered with a slow, contented creak. Even the water seemed to speak in a lower voice, as if it had climbed down from the day's busy roof to sit near us and hum. I took the satchel into my lap and a lantern into my hands. The lantern's tin sides shone in pocked, honest circles, throwing out a coin of light that made the wood look warm. The sailor with kind eyes, he had told me his name now, Marcus, settled a little to my right, his back against a coil of line that looked like a sleeping serpent. He had a way of humming that made you feel like you'd stumbled into an old song already in progress, the kind of tune that doesn't mind if you only know the shape of it and not the words. Beyond him, the boy from earlier, Timo, dragged his blanket closer to the mast and pretended not to listen, which meant he was listening with his whole small body. I unfastened the leather tie and let the top page breathe. The letters were tidy and brave. The lantern flame quivered once and steadied, and I read in a whisper that was mostly for my own bones. There were lines about mystery, but not the kind that makes you anxious for answers. This mystery was like a house with many windows lit, and someone opening the door to say, "Come in, this light is for you." It spoke of a peace that didn't arrive as a soldier, but as a friend, and of strength that did not strut or shout, but held its ground like good earth under a bare foot. The wind gathered itself and released, gathered and released. Each time the sail took that breath, the ship leaned in as if to say yes. Marcus listened to my whisper the way fishermen listen to the tide, head tilted, eyes half closed. When I reached a sentence about kindness that outlasts the weather, He chuckled under his breath. The sort of quiet that means a man is recognizing an old truth wearing a new coat. "Aye," he said, so low the lantern light barely heard him. "Weather comes to everyone. Kindness, now, that's a choice." He folded his big hands and let the night settle inside his shoulders. I closed my eyes for a bit and let the words walk their slow course through the rooms inside me. I could feel the satchel against my ribs, the strap a diagonal reminder that I had agreed to carry more than paper. Above us, the rigging sang one note, then another, a little conversation between rope and wind that made me want to listen longer, even if it said nothing I could translate. There is a relief when the world moves at its proper pace. You feel your own heartbeat fall into step, and your thoughts stop racing each other like children at dusk. Timo shifted closer and made himself brave. "What do those words do?" he asked, glancing at the satchel as if it might answer. "When they go where they're meant." "They make rooms where people can rest," I said, surprised to hear it come out so simply. "Rooms inside the heart. Some are small, just big enough for a breath. Some are wide enough that an old sorrow can finally lie down. Sometimes they are like kitchens where forgiveness learns to bake bread." He frowned the way boys do when they want to understand a thing so badly they are afraid to let on. "Does it fix everything?" "No," I said. "It makes us less afraid of what isn't fixed. And then we find our hands doing small, brave work we didn't know we could do." He nodded, which meant he would return to the thought later and argue with it until it became his. He pulled his blanket higher and stared at the lantern as if it were a patient teacher. The captain paced her quiet arc along the stern, her boots mindful of every squeak and thump. She was a woman who did not confuse silence with absence. Even her watchfulness felt companionable. Now and then she lifted her face to the sky and checked the cloud's opinion. A rim of weather sulked to the south, as she had said earlier, but it kept its distance like an old grievance deciding whether to bring itself up again. She caught my eye once and held up 2 fingers, 2 hours till the turning of the watch. I nodded. Time at sea marked itself in work more than in light. The body learned a new calendar made of knots and tasks and kettles and prayers. I thought then about the ways Paul had told us to dress the inside of our lives, not with bronze or iron, but with the kinds of garments you can wear all day, without growing weary of them. Truth, cinched close like a belt, so your tunic wouldn't trip your feet. Rightness that covers the heart, not the brittle rightness that needs to win arguments, but the steady kind that helps it beat without shame. Sandals laced for readiness, not to run away, but to walk toward peace, even if the road is ordinary. Faith like a shield, not to hide behind in fear, but to turn aside the small flaming darts of despair and sarcasm and old regret as they hiss past. A mind wrapped in salvation, the way a hood keeps off the cold. So cruel thoughts don't nest where they're not welcome. And a word, not a weapon swung in rage, but a careful tool, sharp enough to free a knot, gentle enough to slice bread for a friend. I looked at the deck, a tangle of lines, the gleam of oiled wood, the honest clutter of a working life, and felt a kinship between what I saw and what I was learning to carry. Not long after midnight, the wind changed its mind with a grumble. The sail shuddered like a bird in a sudden downdraft. The captain was already there, her hands laying calm on the tiller, and her voice the kind that makes even a startled thing remember itself. "Hands!" she called. And there were hands. Marcus rolling to his feet with a soft oath that was more memory than complaint. Timo scrambling to the cleat he'd been taught to mind. Others emerging from blankets and corners like thoughts you trust when you need them most. A crate of lamp oil, poorly chocked, slid a span across the deck, slow but threatening. It made the kind of sound that wakes the deep places, wood on wood, weight seeking descent. I felt the ship's tilt in my ankles, and the old fear reach up the ladder of my spine. It did not take the top step. We had tied many knots that day. My hands remembered. I set the satchel safely against the foot of the mast, caught a line, and moved toward the crate the way you approach an animal that is better at its own strength than you are at yours. "Here," Marcus said, passing a wedge of wood without looking, his trust a gift that made the next breath easier. "There," the captain said from the stern. But the "there" was not a map so much as a tone, and I followed it. Timo's small hands found the right place on the rope and pulled when I pulled, the two of us grunting in the same language. We chocked the crate and lashed it firm. The ship took another breath, deeper this time, and her bones were glad. The dark edge of weather sighed and rolled away like a mood changing its mind. We stood for a moment in the after silence, the way you do when a child has almost fallen but didn't, when a dish has nearly shattered but rings whole in your hands. Marcus laughed quietly and clapped Timo on the shoulder. "You keep your head, lad, and your hands will find honest work to do." Timo swallowed his smile and tried to look as if this were the sort of thing that happened to him every night. I went back to the satchel and laid my palm on it, as if it were a living thing that might have been frightened. The leather was rain cool. I could feel the edges of the pages inside, calm as stacked bread. I took one out and read the first line my eyes landed on, a sentence about the one who fills everything in every way. I did not try to understand all of it. I let it be bigger than my mind and exactly the size of my need. In the sheltered corner near the brazier, the woman with the cloth-wrapped basket murmured a prayer for those she loved on the other side of the water. She did not ask for triumph. She asked for a table that would always have room for one more person than they expected. The man with the careful tools checked each piece, and then, as if scolding himself, tucked them away and closed the bundle, trusting that having done his part, he could sleep. The captain, watch set and steady, allowed herself one small stretch that clicked the stiffness from a shoulder used to carrying storms. The night resumed its patient, ordinary labour, the sweetest kind. When sleep finally closed Timo's eyes, the lantern threw his shadow in the shape of a boy who had almost fallen and didn't. I tucked my scarf beneath his head, rolling it into a pillow. He did not stir. Marcus saw and lifted his chin in thanks without a word. The gratitude passed between us like a piece of fruit in a dark room. You know it by the weight and the way your fingers curve around it. I wrapped my own cloak tighter and let my mind walk the length of the letters again. There was a piece about prayers that are less like speeches and more like breathing. Prayers that do not need to inform God of anything, but let your insides learn the music of being known. So I breathed, and with each breath I named a simple thing, a rope that held, a crate that stayed, a boy who learned, a captain who watched without worry, a friend with humming in his chest, a woman with names on her lips, a man with tools he cared for as if they were neighbours, a sea that, for tonight, would not take. Past the middle of the night the stars sharpened, and the sea gathered a strange light of its own. When the bow lifted, the water broke in a scatter of cold fire, tiny creatures answering the oar with their own quiet yes. Marcus called it Sea Candle, and the name fit the way good names do. I leaned over the rail and trailed my fingers in the wake. The water let me borrow a little glow, which lingered on my skin a moment, and then remembered it belonged to the deep. Timo woke just enough to see, and smiled, then drifted again, his mouth still holding the shape of the smile, like a cup holds the shape of what it once held. I thought of the mystery again, not a riddle to outsmart, but a kindness that refuses to leave. The sea candles made a path that looked briefly like writing, as if the water were announcing in a script only night could read. You are not alone. You are not alone. I closed my eyes and saw the same words written across the inside of my lids. Toward morning, when the east was still only a suggestion, and the lantern's flame was taking stock of its own courage, a small rain began. Not the sideways sheets that make men curse and scramble, but the sort of rain that behaves in company, touching each surface politely, asking permission to stay. It ticked on the sail and made the ropes look freshly braided. It tapped out a metronome against the deck that was near enough to the beat of my heart that I felt briefly tuned, like an instrument that remembers its note after a long journey. I drew one more page from the satchel and read it with the kind of attention that makes time step aside. It spoke of being rooted and grounded in love, as if love were not merely a feeling, but soil and foundation, and the walls that keep your winter warm. It said this: love has a width that outpaces your grasp, a length that outlives your strength, a height that lifts your chin when you cannot lift it yourself, and a depth that meets you on the floor when you have no floor left. I did not argue with any of it. The ship nodded. The rain agreed. My ribs widened by a breath I had not realised I'd been holding for years. Marcus broke the silence in the way men do when they cannot let too much beauty settle at once. It would make them weep, and they prefer laughter. When we were lads, he said, we thought strength was mostly lifting. Then we learned it's mostly staying. Staying at your post. Staying kind when it's cheaper not to be. Staying at the oar till dawn finds you. He lifted his mug. To staying. I touched my cup to his. The sound was small and perfect. The watch changed, and with it the rhythms of the deck. Footsteps shifted. A new cough joined the chorus. Someone cleared a throat that had dreams in it. The captain rubbed her hands together, glanced at the eastern dark, which was now a shade lighter, and let herself enjoy the fact that we had made a good night of it. She looked at me as if to say, see? This is how we do it. 1 hour, one rope, one kindness at a time. I wrapped the satchel again and sat with my back to the mast, while the rain finished saying what it had to say. Sleep came and went in small, gift-sized packages. In one of those small sleeps, I dreamed a figure walking along the rail, not heavy the way men are heavy, but certain the way dawn is certain. The figure placed a hand on my head and a warmth went down my neck and into my shoulders, where I had been keeping the last of the day's tension like a secret. The warmth did not ask anything of me. It simply stayed until the secret loosened and went to find a better use. When I blinked awake, the dream left behind a residue so peaceful it felt like a blessing left on the table for anyone to take. I offered a little of it to Timo by tucking the blanket better at his shoulder. I offered a little to Marcus by pouring water and not saying anything when he was quiet. I offered a little to the captain by meeting her eye and letting my nod say, "Yes, I see what you carry, and I'm glad you carry it." The horizon had begun to confess its nearness to morning, a soft bruise lightening around the edges. The rain thinned to a memory of rain, and the sea flattened, still moving of course, but flatter in the way a calm mind is flatter even when thoughts still travel. Above us, the rigging held its breath for a moment, and in that pause I felt the weight of the satchel in a new way. Not a burden to drag me down, but ballast to keep me true. It would steady me when the day asked for speed. It would remind me that what I carried belonged to many and was given by one. I closed my eyes one last time before dawn. I pictured the room in Ephesus that would soon receive us, the sweep of water across stones. The doorway draped in a curtain dyed the blue of rivers. The low table where bread would be set. The faces that would lift at the sound of the greeting. Grace to you, peace to you. I pictured their shoulders undoing their knots as the words did their quiet work. I pictured my own shoulders remembering how to be light. Somewhere beneath us a fish turned over in its sleep. Somewhere above us a star completed its night shift and went home. The sea breathed. I breathed with it. And then morning, not dramatic, but undeniable, laid its pale hand on the edge of the world. The lantern no longer needed to prove itself. It simply rested. The satchel, warm from my body, felt like a heart that had decided to trust. We had crossed the night. We had been held. The letters waited like seeds. The day would find us ready. Morning loosened itself from the sea in layers, pale upon pale, and the ship slid toward Ephesus as if a hand under the hull were guiding us to a particular door. The sky wore its grey kindly. Ropes sighed. The crew's quiet jokes gathered like small birds along the rail and then flew off, leaving only the steady hush of the water. As we made the last turn toward the harbour, the city rose, white stone and damp brick, roofs beaded with rain, the high curve of the theatre catching whatever light there was and holding it like a bowl. The smell reached us first, wool wet from dye vats, olive pressings, smoke from hearths where breakfast had begun to speak its soft language. We tied up beneath a row of cedar posts dark with weather. The captain's farewell was a short nod, the sort you save for those you hope to meet again on a better day for tea. Marcus squeezed my forearm and pressed 2 dried figs into my palm, as if to say that sweetness travels better in pockets than in memory. Timo lifted his chin in a boy's attempt at manhood, then grinned despite himself when I ruffled his hair. The satchel settled against my ribs with the satisfaction of a task stepping over a threshold before you do. The street of artisans sloped gently from the harbour, its stones glistening. A woman shook a rug from an upstairs window. Rain caught the dust and turned it to clean. A bronze worker rolled up his shutters and greeted the morning with a whistle that landed on a minor note, respectful of the clouds. Looms began their moth-soft clatter behind half-open doors. From one courtyard came the indigo breath of fresh-dyed cloth, blue so deep it seemed to hum. A potter turned a wheel with his left foot and rested his right on a stone worn to the shape of his work. When he looked up, clay on his knuckles had dried into pale leaves. I paused at a stall where a girl stitched the edge of a shawl with a needle so quick it looked like light finding a seam in the curtain of a room. "For your mother?" I asked, and she smiled as if I'd guessed a secret when really the answer could have been anyone. "For the journey," she said, which was also true. Her mother, somewhere behind her, turned bread over a brazier and did not look at us, but I could feel the blessing she sent toward the boy who would take that shawl to sea. I asked for the house where followers of the way gathered, and a boy with serious eyes and a missing front tooth pointed with his whole arm. "Past the fuller's vats," he said, "where the street smells like thunder." He meant the sharp tang of cleaning cloth, the quickness of it in the nose. "Then the bread smell," he added, wrinkling his nose in joy. "You'll know." He was right. The vats steamed their stern perfume. The rain gentled it. A corner later, warmth lifted like a homing bird, yeast and oil, crust and crumb, announcing themselves to anyone willing to be hungry. At the door of a courtyard, an old woman was kneading dough with hands that had learned the world by serving it. Her hair had gone the colour of rain and flour. She hummed a tune so old it had forgotten its lyrics and no longer minded. "Come, come," she said without looking up. "You've walked far to bring words, and words should never arrive to an empty table." On a low bench nearby, a little boy pressed his thumb into a lump of dough and laughed at the perfect crescent his nail left behind. A cat, unimpressed by all but warmth, had chosen a dry brick by the hearth and owned it utterly. They called the grandmother Sostrat. Her daughter Rhea lifted a jar of olives and tipped a few into a clay bowl with a grace that said work and worship were not rivals in this house. A mason they named Nicanor arrived with lime-dusted hair and a careful smile. His son, Diodoros, came 3 steps behind, arms crossed the way young men cross their arms when they have spoken too sharply that morning and don't yet know how to unclench. A seamstress named Miriam unrolled a length of linen and set it across her knees without sewing, as if her hands needed first to hear what the day would say. Others slipped in, shook rain from their cloaks, greeted each other with the soft joy of people who have survived enough to know joy's worth. They brought a lamp to the centre of the room, though morning had come. The lamp did not compete with day. It simply announced that the words we were about to share deserved their own sun. I unfastened the satchel's tie. The leather gave its small sigh of familiarity. The room's sound changed the way a sea changes when it leaves the shore and remembers its depth. A prayer began, not a tight braided speech, but a slow weaving of thanks. For breath, for bread, for the kind of peace that arrives without knocking and knows the way to the chair by the window. I read the greeting, and the room answered it with their faces. I read the blessing, and felt it turn and bless us back. The letter spoke of being chosen for belonging, of adoption not as a contract, but as a door that never closes. I paused, and the pause did its work, both for me and for them. Miriam's fingers smoothed the linen the way a mother smooths a child's hair when the child is pretending not to need comfort. Nicanor's son adjusted his stance. Then his jaw relaxed. Then his eyes found the edge of the table, as if it were a shoreline after too much swimming. We came to the lines about grace, how it finds us not when we are admirable, but when we are honest. It is by grace you have been rescued, I said, and the word rescued walked around the room looking at each person until it found a home. It sat at the end of the low table for a moment, then moved to stand near the doorway, the better to welcome latecomers. Even the cat seemed to listen in its cat way, eyes half-lidded, tail wrapped, head turned just enough to prove aloofness false. Sostrate slid bread into the oven's mouth and pulled another out with the same motion. "We are thin dough," she murmured, "until mercy rises." She handed the hot loaf to Rhea, who set it down with a hiss and a whispered thanks. That was not for show. I read the lines that say, "We are his workmanship," his poem, that we were crafted for good works prepared beforehand, not as a treadmill, but as a path where wild flowers volunteer along the edges. Nicanor looked at his hands, nick-cut and dusted, and gave a little snort that meant, could such a thing be said of these? He didn't object. He simply wondered. I loved him for it. After the reading, the room breathed. Silence went to each corner and tucked itself in as if making the bed for rest to lie down later. That was when confessions began, not in a flood, not in a rush that would frighten the shy. The first was small and perfect. Miriam touched her chest lightly. "Shame needles me," she sobbed. "It tells me the cloth of my life will never lie smooth." She smiled at her own image, brave enough to be gentle with herself. "I know better. Here." She tapped her forehead. "But here." She touched the soft place just below the throat. "This is where the stitch pulls." She looked at the linen across her lap and lifted a loose thread. "I am tired of unpicking the same seam." Sostrate set down the wooden paddle and wiped her hands on her apron. "Then we bless the place where the cloth puckers," she said as if discussing yeast. "We bless it until the thread remembers it isn't the master." She crossed the room and touched the linen with 2 fingers, not making a sign, not performing, just touching, the way you touch a child's shoulder to show you are there. Rhea spoke up from the jars. "When I spill oil," she said, a smile cracking through, "I do not punish the bowl. I clean the table and pour more oil." We laughed, and in the laughter, something stiff inside the room exhaled. Nicanor cleared his throat. "I said hard words to my boy," he admitted, not looking at Diodoros. "I named him lazy when he named careful work." He swallowed. "The stones must be true, or the arch fails," I told him. But I did not see his truth. He finally turned, and his son did too. Their eyes met like men on a narrow bridge, trying to pass without knocking the other into the stream. Diodoros spoke first, young but not foolish. "I heard only your impatience," he said, and I threw my own into the fire so it would make a show. He managed to smile at his theatre, and his father laughed, and the whole room caught the laugh like light passed from hand to hand. We prayed for them without telling God what to do, as if he were a foreman to be instructed. We asked that strength would be the gentler kind, the kind that keeps rather than conquers. The rain outside slowed to a polite listening. The cat resettled, which is a kind of amen. When we said together that Christ himself is our peace and has knocked down the walls between us, Ria nodded so slowly it broke my heart. Walls eat light, she said. I am tired of dim rooms. When the bread was ready, we ate with the reverent greed of people who have learned not to waste good things by pretending not to want them. Olives shone like small moons in their bath. Goat cheese yielded to knives that knew kindness. Someone passed a dish of figs boiled with wine until they forgot they had ever been anything but sweetness. Children appeared from behind skirts and doorposts, lured by the mathematics of loaves, and were welcomed without condition or ceremony, except for the ceremony of being given the best pieces. Between bites, an older man named Arteman spoke. He had a walk that favoured one leg and a voice that favoured neither self-pity nor boast. When I was younger, I thought I would be made whole only by being strong, he said. Now I think wholeness is being loved while not strong, and finding in that love that I can carry what I must. He took a careful bite, and no one hurried the pause that followed. After we had eaten, Miriam lifted her needle. Show me the place in the letter again, she asked. And I did. We read the passage about the love that is wider than measurement, and taller than fear, and deeper than shame's deepest pit. Her needle moved in time with the words. A stitch forward, a breath. A stitch back to catch the loop, a breath. She worked a little border along the edge of her linen, not for show, but to mark the day love learned again how to live in her hands. She would see it later and remember, even when her heart forgot for an hour. Nicanor and Diodoros asked to see the words about being built together, stone on stone, to become a dwelling for God's Spirit. We walked out into the covered part of the courtyard, where the rain landed in a thin curtain beyond the lintel. Nicanor showed me with his hands how an arch holds, how each stone presses on the next, in a kind of humble insistence until a pressure becomes praise. There is a keystone, he said, and without it, the best work collapses. He hesitated and then tapped the page where Christ was named our peace. There, he said softly, and the rain agreed by finding a new rhythm. A young mother named Thais, with circles of sleeplessness under her eyes, asked if there were words for weariness. I am kind until the fourth waking, she admitted, and then I am a storm that thinks it is keeping us safe. We laughed the relieved laugh of mutual recognition. I showed her the lines about patience that walks beside another's pace, and about bearing with one another in love. She closed her eyes as if something gentle had touched her brow, then opened them and nodded to no one in particular, which meant the words had entered and found a chair. We spoke of work. We spoke of the market and its quarrelling, of bread that sometimes didn't rise, and walls that sometimes did not hold, of dye that took the cloth one day and betrayed it the next, of tools that went missing at the exact hour you needed them, of neighbours who borrowed salt and a little peace along with it. We spoke of the old gods without defiance or disdain, simply with the quiet certainty of people who had found a river that did more than glimmer, it quenched. It was afternoon before I realised how long the letter had been reading us as we read it. The light had moved from one wall to the other. Damp sandals had dried where they leaned. The cat had taken ownership of a second brick. Sostrate cut the last loaf and insisted I take a thick slice for the road from table to guest bed. You will not get far today, she says, to Jumay said, practical and kind. The rain wants you to stay long enough to learn one more thing. I did not argue. The rain's voice had the authority of a teacher who knows when to call recess and when to call the class back. In the lull, a girl tugged at my sleeve. She carried a small scrap of cloth dyed in that river blue, the kind that seems to hold shadows and light in the same weave. For your satchel, she said, shy but determined. So it remembers our street. Her name was Junior, and the dye had coloured the half-moons of her nails. She had tied the scrap at one corner with a thread of pale gold. When I took it, I felt the same careful pride I had felt when Paul placed the satchel in my hands, as if I were again being entrusted with something that would make me learn to walk softer. I tied the cloth to the satchel strap, and it transformed the whole, a strip of sea that would go wherever I did. As the day leaned toward evening, the room swelled one more time with the sound of prayer. It wasn't the sort that gathers storms to prove it has authority over them. It was the kind that gathers people. We named by name those who were not there. A widow who had gone to her sister in another quarter. A sick child whose fever had frightened the house. A sailor due home who had not sent word. We asked not that sorrow never visit them, but that when it came, it would find them already set at a table with bread and courage. The rain, modest as a guest who knows when to be quiet, thinned and wandered off to bless other roofs. I slept that night on a pallet by the inner wall, the satchel tucked between me and the bricks, as if warmth could be shared between leather and rib. In the other corner, the cat considered me, decided I meant no harm, and allowed me to occupy the room. In the courtyard, the last coals in the oven held their red and then released it. Somewhere nearby, a man coughed the cough of someone who has worked in dust his whole life and still believes in mornings. I woke once to the soft thud of someone setting down a pitcher of water near my head. The water tasted of clay and rain, honest and enough. Before dawn, the house woke with the restrained energy of people who have things to do and are not angry about it. Bread wanted kneading, and floors wanted sweeping, and children wanted both, and neither. We gathered again, a smaller circle now, night quiet still in our hair. I read a blessing over them, and they read one over me. Ria knotted the blue scarf around my shoulders, not tightly, just enough so it would remember which way to lie. For the road, she said, as if roads could be warmed by such things. Perhaps they can. At the door, Nicanor and Diodoros stood like bookends who had agreed to hold something new between them. When you return, Nicanor said, confident that all roads eventually circle back when they are walked in peace. There will be an arch in the New Market passage. You will know it by how it lifts without boasting. He winked at his son, and the boy's grin was bright as wet stone. Miriam pressed into my hand a scrap of linen with a border she had stitched during the afternoon's portion. The design was simple, a line that turned back on itself and held, a small echo of eternity you could keep in a pocket. For the place in your heart that puckers, she said, in case your needle forgets what mine remembered today. I swallowed the generous ache those words laid on my tongue. Sostrate, flower now a pale dusting on her wrists like bracelets, cupped my face and kissed my brow the way grandmothers are licensed to do without permission. "You carry words," she said, eyes clear, "but remember to let them carry you. Your feet are not the only strong thing about you." She put a heel of bread into my satchel, a ritual more binding than law. Back on the Street of Artisans, morning had arrived properly. Dye vats steamed thin smoke that looked like blue ghosts practicing kindness. A boy ran with a bundle of kindling, his feet remembering where puddles were. The bronze worker from earlier held up a small lamp he had just finished and breathed on it as if to cool it, though really perhaps to bless it. I showed him the lamp in my mind, the one that had burned all afternoon in the room of bread and linen and kneeling, and his lamp seemed to recognise its cousin, shining a little truer for the recognition. I walked toward the harbour with the blue scarf at my throat, the little ribbon on the satchel singing its quiet river song, the taste of olives and prayer still on my tongue. The day was not new to the city, but it was new to me, and newness is a kind of mercy. I had come to deliver a letter, and I had, but I had also been taught to read again, faces, hands, rooms where the heat of an oven is the same as the warmth of welcome, stones that teach you how pressure becomes praise. The rain held off to give me a clear path. Then, as if remembering that all goodbyes deserve music, it began again, light and unafraid, tapping out a rhythm to carry me to the next door that would open when I knocked and say, "Come in. There is room." The road lifted out of Ephesus in a slow curve, a ribbon of wet stone and earth that remembered chariot wheels and more recent sandals. Laurel leaves had been washed clean, and they flashed a soft green that made the morning look younger than it was. I adjusted the blue scarf at my throat and settled the satchel against my ribs, its familiar weight choosing a place to travel. The city fell away behind me, the sound of looms turning into a memory, the smell of dye giving way to wet soil and the faint sweetness of crushed fennel along the verge. The rain did not stop. It only learned manners, striking my hood lightly as if to say it wished to walk with us rather than argue. Milestones marked the distance like patient teachers. Farmers had stacked last season's vine prunings against low walls, and sheep nosed the tips of new clover between stones. At a bend where the road crossed a little stream by a single flat stone, a man waited with his cloak drawn close, eyes fixed on the water as if it might hand back an answer. He stood, not tall, not small, but composed in that way that comes from carrying many kinds of days. His beard was streaked with early grey, and his sandals were clean in the place where careful people keep them clean. He raised his hand in greeting, not to stop me, only to acknowledge that two travellers had become 2 points on the same line. He introduced himself in a voice that carried both authority and apology. Philemon. His name felt familiar because the letters in my satchel had spoken it. He looked past the satchel, then at it, then past it again. I told him where I was bound. He nodded at the eastern hills and said that Colossi lay in their lap the way a child sleeps on a tired parent, with trust and weight in equal measure. He spoke like a man who loved a place, and had argued with it and chosen to stay. We fell into step the way some feet learn each other without much effort. The rain stitched a fine pattern on the surface of the stream, and then forgot it. Philemon walked with a measured pace, neither slow nor quick, but exact. He asked about Rome, and I answered with the small observations that make a place feel true. the alley that smells of garlic after the market closes, the guards who look away when prayer begins because they believe in something they cannot explain, the way a certain candle in a certain room lifts its flame when someone stands up inside themselves. He smiled at that, not because he understood the candle, but because he knew the standing. By the time we climbed the first ridge and looked back, the sea was a dull line on the horizon, and the clouds kept their distance, like old acquaintances who still nod when they pass. The land opened to show us orchards that had known careful hands, and the wind carried the smell of pomegranate trees that had not yet decided to bloom. Philemon's eyes swept it all, and without taking them off the view, he said, as if continuing a thought I could not hear, that a servant had left him wronged, and that the wrong had grown into a briar that needed pulling before it grew into a hedge. I knew his story, and I did not rush to tell him so. He kept walking, then stopped and crouched to lift a beetle that was drowning in a shine of rainwater where the road dipped. He set it on a leaf and watched it wake its small legs. He stood, brushed his hands, and laughed at himself for such attention. He said that some debts are easy to count, and some are a tangle of small lines you cannot separate. He looked at me then, not at the satchel, and asked whether letters can untangle good knots from bad. The answer wanted to be simple. I made it plain instead of simple. Letters cannot do all things. They can open windows where stale air had its way too long. They can mark a path and shine a small lamp at the start. They cannot walk for you. They can walk beside you. He breathed out and let the breath be long. He said he had received a word already, a message carried ahead, a promise that the one who left him with loss was returning with more than he had taken. He pointed at the satchel, not with his finger, but with the tilt of his head. I felt the strap and the promise of paper against my palm. I told him there was something for him inside. He nodded as if the weight had shifted in his chest, but not in a painful way. We stopped at a wayside shrine where travellers leave pebbles and a few words when they remember to be grateful. The niche held a clay lamp with yesterday's soot and a sprig of rosemary that someone had changed before the rain began. Philemon placed a smooth stone carefully, not to pay a debt to a small god, but to mark the hour when a new road opened inside an old road. He did not pray in public words. He moved his lips only once, and I thought I heard the beginning of mercy and the end of pride, two words that do not often share paths unless asked. Farther along, we met a line of pack animals with eyes like patient priests. The drover called out the weather as though it were a song that kept time for his steps. One of the mules had twisted its packing, and the load slid like a bad mood toward the worst part of itself. Philemon stepped to it before the drover had finished his oath. He put his shoulder to the weight, and I took the opposite strap. We lifted together, and the mule looked relieved in a way that animals sometimes do when humans finally learn the right work. The drover muttered thanks, which is the kind of gratitude that lasts because it eats pride and something must be paid. He plucked a date from his pouch and pressed it into Philemon's hand and another into mine. The fruit gave a honey sigh when I bit it, and that sweetness refused to leave the mouth for a long time. By midday, the rain had retired to the edges of the sky, and a travelling kitchen set up under a pine offered bowls of lentils for a few coins and a blessing for free. We sat on a stone and watched the steam rise. Philemon spoke of justice. He did not speak with slogans. He spoke with the names of people he knew, and those names carried both kindness and complaint. He said justice is a plumb line, the kind a mason uses when he will not allow a wall to lie. He held out his hand as if a string hung there with a weight at the end. He said, mercy is more complicated. Mercy looks at the crooked wall and decides whether to rebuild it or grow a garden that hides it and saves lives in the shade. He looked at me and asked if mercy is honest. I thought of the man in the room in Rome, of chains that could chime like prayers when they were in the right hands. I told Philemon what I'd learned from that sound. Mercy is not pretending. Mercy is telling the truth, and then not using the truth as a blade. It does not call a wrong a right. It calls a wrong by its right name, and then holds the person who did it in a story bigger than shame. Philemon blinked as if an old draft had been stopped by a new window. He chewed his bread and did not hurry the swallow. A child with a basket of figs went by and offered us one each, practiced in the art of generosity that expects to be paid, and yet somehow remains generous. Philemon gave him a coin, and the child nodded with the solemn pride of one who will bring a victory home. We ate and sat a little longer. The bowl warmed my hands. He asked without apology whether forgiveness means forgetting. I shook my head. Forgetting is sometimes a wound that has scabbed so thickly you cannot feel life under it. Forgiveness is a wound that heals clean, a scar that tells you where mercy entered and refused to leave. We rose and walked on. The road here ran along a ridge, and the world opened like a scroll. Ahead, the valley of the Lycus lay under a robe of mist. To the left, far and faint, a white shimmer stepped down a slope. Philemon named it the Travertine Terraces of Hierapolis, where hot water gleams and slows. To the right, he said, Laodicea carried wealth with the quick stride of people who think they carry the world. He said this without contempt, almost with affection, as if he had done business there and knew both its heart and its hurry. He pointed forward to where the foothills gathered. There, he said, Colossae kept its secrets like a small chest with a sturdy lock. He reminded me there was more work in quiet towns than in loud ones, and he smiled at his own lesson. The wind turned and smelled of sheep and iron, and the faint acid of dye that had travelled from another valley. Philemon told me about his house, not the rooms, but the people. He named his wife in a tone that made me know the way she lifted a jar, and the way she corrected a child. He named friends, men and women who had chosen the same river of faith, who gathered in his courtyard because a table there seemed to have been built with more leaves than most tables. He named a servant he loved, Appia's kin by loyalty, if not by blood, who could read a weather change from a single breath of wind at the door. He named the one who had left him wronged. He did not name him the way men name enemies. He said the name as if tasting a fruit that had gone bad in his hand, but had once been sweet. We came upon a stone set apart by the road. Someone had carved a psalm into it, in a hand that believed in the patience of chisels. Rain had darkened the grooves. Philemon touched the letters with the back of his fingers, as if not to wear them with his palm. Give thanks, it said, in words old enough to have taught thankfulness how to be born. We stood there for a moment while a shepherd brought his flock up from the ravine. The animals moved like woolen water. One of the ewes had a burr stuck in her ear and worried it with her hind hoof. Philemon stepped gently and removed it. The shepherd nodded with the economy of a craftsman who sees skill and recognizes it. At a crossroads, a vendor had set up a table with small clay lamps, each one rough but sound. I bought one, not because I needed it in that hour, but because a flame would be needed later, and it seemed wise to be ready. Philemon picked it up, weighed it, and said it would not smoke if the wick was cut often. He said some hearts smoke because their wicks are never trimmed. Pride grows, and the light makes more soot than clarity. He spoke to me, but he also spoke to himself. He looked towards the east, as if the person he needed to forgive were walking toward him on the road we faced. His mouth made a small movement that looked like fear learning the first step of courage. The afternoon brought a long stretch of silence that was not empty. Our footsteps found a common rhythm. A kestrel hovered, then fell and rose with a mouse in its grip, quick and final. Farmer mended a fence with hands that had learned the patience of straight lines. We passed a fig tree planted beside a cistern. The figs were last year's memory and next year's promise at the same time, buds tight along the branch. A woman drew water with a twist of her wrist that allowed no spill and poured it into a jar on her hip, as if the jar were a person to be trusted with an important story. We greeted each other and moved on. Philemon said that trust behaves more like water than like stone. It takes the shape of the vessel that receives it, then wears even stone by returning again and again. Later we reached a small bridge where a donkey balked, eyes white, hooves ringing on the wood. A girl tugged at the rope and could not persuade fear to move. Philemon did not raise his voice. He placed his hand on the donkey's neck, rubbed the place where fright gathers, and waited. He murmured a few words that were more tone than meaning, yet they meant everything. The animal lowered its head and put a hoof forward once, then again. The bridge held, the girl laughed. The donkey discovered it knew how to trust. Philemon smiled a private smile, the kind a man wears when he learns something from the way an animal finds courage. We stopped at an inn where smoke lifted from a hole in the roof, and benches held the stories of many hips. The innkeeper set bowls on the table and wiped the rim of each with the care of someone who believes in small dignities. Philemon paid, and the man tried to return a coin, and Philemon would not allow it. I wondered how many quiet acts like this made a town livable. Children played a game with knucklebones in the corner, counting without knowing they were practicing numbers that would become work. A travelling singer tried a phrase and tried it again, then gave up and laughed at himself, while his hand found the right chord by accident. The room breathed. The road rested. When we went out again, the light had shifted. The clouds were higher and thinner, and that white shimmer at Hierapolis gathered a glow of its own. Far off, Laodicea's roofs caught a sulphur flash of late sun and threw it back as if showing it off to the rest of us. The wind came down the valley cold enough to wake the skin, and kind enough to leave it grateful. Philemon pulled his cloak closer. He told me the valley keeps secrets and reveals them in the same hour. He said he had learned patience from fruit trees and urgency from floods. He laughed and added that people rarely arrive in season, and that love must carry an umbrella and a harvest basket at once. We crossed into a grove of plane trees that made a ceiling that did not keep out the sky. Children had built a little altar from sticks beside a trunk and left crumbs that an honest bird was collecting even as we passed. Philemon slowed and put his hand on the bark. He told me a story about a storm last year that knocked half the grove into the stream, and how the village gathered to pull trunks back up with ropes and songs. He said that in the heave and the chorus he learned what fellowship means. Not simply eating together, but pulling until your breath and your neighbour's breath make one sound. The path narrowed in a place where rock had been timidly persuaded to stand aside. Here Philemon spoke of Onesimus, finally using the name. He did not tell me the details as if rehearsing a case. He told me the facts as if laying tools on a bench so that work might begin. There had been loss. There had been anger. There had been a letter that said the angry man had a new brother hidden in the old servant, and that the cost of this new thing would be shared. He asked if I had ever been asked to host a feast I did not plan and could not afford. Yes, I said, and the feast turned out to be my own making once I allowed it. He nodded, then shook his head, the way a man does when he understands and does not yet risk believing. Dusk began to draw lines between shapes. Smoke stood like blue pencil marks above far houses. A bell sounded once from a field where an ox was being led to a pen. Philemon's steps changed. The road had become familiar under his feet. A certain rock, a smell that meant his own fig trees, not a stranger's. A dip where he had once stumbled and would not again. He told me that sometimes he walks faster at this hour because the weight of home pulls on him. Tonight he walked at a steady pace, as if to teach his heart that the pace of forgiveness is the pace of wisdom, not the sprint of fear or the crawl of stubbornness. At a bend we could see lights, scattered and low, the glow of cooking fires which always looks like courage from a distance. The valley held the town as a hand holds a bird that needs warmth and room. I felt the satchel lighten though it had not. I think it was ready to be opened in the right place. Philemon stopped and touched my sleeve. There was one more question in his eyes, and it came out in a voice that had learned how to ask without demanding comfort. If he opened his door to the one who had left, would he be asked forever to pretend that nothing had been taken? I set my hand on the satchel and answered as best as I knew. No pretending. The loss will be named and set on the table beside bread and salt. Then another gift will be set beside it, not to balance, because some losses cannot be balanced. To begin a story that does not erase the old, but writes a better future over it. In lines so gentle, the old words lose their power. He tilted his head, then nodded once. A slow, decisive motion that I felt in my own neck. He spoke the same word he had spoken at the shrine, but this time it had a fuller sound. Mercy. The air seemed to recognize it. A small wind moved the plain leaves, and the path cleared itself of shadows, as if to welcome us into the last stretch. We passed a vineyard, where a boy was closing the gate, and testing the latch twice, because he had been corrected once, and loved the feeling of getting it right. Philemon praised him with a word, and the boy stood a fraction taller without looking at us. At the next field, a woman shook a rug, and the dusk took the dust without complaint. A dog lifted its head and decided we were not interesting enough to spend energy on. We came to a rise where the whole of Colossae showed, not like a city on a hill, but like a family gathered in a room, each window a different conversation, each courtyard a flavour that would eventually join the same stew. Philemon stopped, and we stood together in the soft last light. He drew his cloak a little tighter, then let it fall open as if to show that he had chosen without words. He turned to me, and the look on his face was the kind that makes you feel you have witnessed a birth, though no cry has sounded, and no one has come running. We descended toward his house. The road smelled now of the day that had been lived, bread and sweat and herbs bruised under elbows and knees. He told me they gathered most evenings when the weather allowed, that the courtyard held more chairs than it appeared to at first glance, that it had learned to make room. He said the cat rules the left corner, as if this were a permission that mattered. I smiled because I knew the cat already, though not this one, and I had a pocket of crumbs ready for the children, whether they came or not. When we reached the gate, a young man I would later call by name lifted the latch and looked at us with suspicion that turned into relief faster than pride could fix it. Lamps had been lit, and those lamps did not compete with the night. They only persuaded it to be kind. Philemon put his hand on the gate and hesitated for half a breath. He looked toward the road again, to the place where a figure would soon appear that would ask his heart for both truth and kindness. He did not falter. He entered, and I followed, the satchel warm against my side, the letters ready to be seeds in a field that had chosen to be ploughed. We would read the words tomorrow, in the open air of a room without walls, and bread would punctuate the sentences better than ink. For now, the road had done its work. It had taught our feet to agree. It had taught our mouths a language with more trust than fear. It had brought us, not simply to a town, but to a door that would open on a story where justice and mercy clasp hands and do not let go. The last light thinned to a fine thread along the hills. Somewhere beyond, the white terraces gathered moon. Here, fire gathered faces. I set my palm on the satchel and felt again the quiet heartbeat I had felt when Paul placed it in my hands. Then I let it rest. The night knew what to do. So did the house. So, finally, did Philemon. Evening gathered itself along the ridges, as if the hills were pulling a shawl over their shoulders, and lanterns woke one by one behind shutters. The courtyard of Philemon's house was a square of honeyed light set inside the deepening blue. Laurel leaves shivered after the day's soft rain and tipped small jewels into the jars beneath. I stood just inside the gate and let my eyes learn the room made of walls and sky. The floor stones kept the day's warmth. A fig tree threaded its patient trunk through a gap in the roof beams, leaves black against the dimming brightness, fruit still tight as promises that were not yet ready to open. Apphia met us with a look that had already counted the number of cups needed and the number of hearts, which is the better arithmetic. She placed a palm on Philemon's forearm, and in that small touch I saw news passing between them that language could not carry with the same speed. A servant came with a basin, and the water ran over our fingers cool and sweet, a kindness that taught the skin to unclench. Children slid in from the passage like minnows into a pool, and then, remembering themselves, stood still with heroic effort. A cat took one step toward a basket near the oven, decided dignity required two, and then pretended it had always lived there. Neighbours arrived as the sky deepened. Some came straight from fields and presses, with shoulders that had lifted the world all afternoon and now learned how to set it down without dropping it. Some came with threads clinging to their sleeves, the dye-house whisper still in their hair. An older woman named Tryphena carried a basket covered with linen, And when she lifted the cloth, the room filled with the scent of bread glazed with oil and scattered with sesame. A young man with a careful mouth slipped in behind her and leaned a carpenter's square against the wall, as if even tools should learn to rest. We prayed the way people do when prayer rises from habit and hunger together. No one performed. Words were given to the air, the way figs are placed on a plate for anyone who needs them. I took the satchel to the low table, and the lever made its small sigh that always sounded like trust. Apphia brought a lamp and set it close, but not close enough to tempt the papyrus. The flame learned the size of its work and kept to it. Philemon sat, not at the head because there was none, but where a host can see faces and doors at once. Archippus, the young steward of the little church, stood by the beam with his hand on it, as if learning his weight in the room. I unfastened the tie and unlaced the first page. Silence gathered with the sort of eagerness you see in the market when the first figs of the season arrive. I read the greeting, and the grace, and the peace, and the words did the work. Words like that always do when they are waited for. They lifted dust from the heart and let it settle in the right places. I read of Christ raised above rulers and shadows, of the image that reveals the unseen, of the body held together by a head that loves it more than it knows how to love itself. I paused, and the pause was received. You could hear bread cooling. A boy squinted at the page and edged closer until his mother's hand found his shirt and brought him back to patience. A mason named Menander, forearms nicked with the day's story, leaned in and rested his chin on his knuckles, a posture that looked like listening and stubbornness at the same time. A widow, Perpetua, held her shawl close at the throat and closed her eyes with the relief of someone who has discovered that attention is a place where she is not alone. I kept reading. The letter refused to let the world be small. It spoke of mystery revealed, not as a trick but as a table leaf added so more could eat. It told of reconciliation, how estrangement can be led by the hand through a doorway into friendship, how enemies can be called friends, while the truth about the harm is still honoured. It lifted work and week and worry into a geometry where Christ held all the lines and angles within a larger kindness. A breeze moved through the fig leaves, and the shadows of those leaves stitched themselves across the pages like quiet embroidery. After the first portion, I set the page flat, and we let silence go first. It walked around the room like an old friend checking faces, tugging at the corner of a mouth to relax a tight line, laying a palm on a forehead where the day had left its heat. Someone exhaled as if the air in the courtyard had just been changed for better air. A girl in the corner squared her shoulders as if to begin again. The cat blinked approval and prepared to sleep, which I have learned is the cat's version of discernment. Then the questions began, not as challenges, more as vessels set out to catch rain. Menander spoke first, because he has learned that if he does not speak first, he will speak last, and too sharply. He told us of an arch that refused to hold. He had measured and corrected. He had asked assistance and had not received it. He had spoken too hard to a boy whose hands were new to stone. Now his stomach kept the memory and turned it over in the night. He asked if the Christ held above all things also held foolish words once they had been released. He asked if strength could be returned to a weak place after pride had bent it. Archippus answered from the truth in his bones, rather than from a polished phrase. He said he had discovered that the head of the body often heals by the body, that he had seen forgiveness carried from one hand to another like a jug of water passed along a line to a fire. He asked the young helper to bring a rope. When it came, he looped it into a circle and drew the ends together while Menander held the other side. The loop held when both pulled. It slipped and failed when only one did the work. The picture made its point without bruising. The boy who had been corrected watched with the intent dignity of someone learning to be valued without having to earn it all at once. Perpetua asked in a voice that had kissed babies and graves whether the rule of peace could help a heart that argues with itself. She had lost a husband to sickness, and now her son had taken work in Laodicea, and the day's silence sometimes roared at night. I told her the letter's image, that peace could serve as the umpire in the arena of her ribs, that not every shout deserved the same attention. Sostrate words from Ephesus returned to me, and I passed them along more quietly. We spoke of a practice to try for the week. When anger barked like a stray dog at the gate, she could give it a bowl of water outside and refuse it the chair by the fire. When sorrow asked for the window seat, she could grant it the window and set gratitude on the stool beside it. She smiled at the picture, the kind of smile that knows the hard part comes later and is willing anyway. Apphia brought cups, and oil glowed on the rim of the bread like a second lamp. We ate, and the eating did the preaching only bread can do. In the easy rhythm of tearing and passing, a thin man named Epaphras returned from the edge of thought to the centre of the room. He had travelled to see Paul, and returned with labour braided into prayer, and his face was hewn by concern and hope in equal measure. He listened to the reading as a craftsman examines a tool someone says is new. When we reached the part about the household of faith, about masters who are not to forget their own master, and servants who are not to forget their own dignity, his jaw worked and then rested, and some long-kept fear about his people loosened and began to leave. I read again, this time the lines that dressed the inner life the way a grandmother dresses a child for winter. Compassion worn right against the skin. Kindness, the shirt others see. Humility, not the cowardice that calls itself humility, but the steady refusal to make the room smaller by standing in the middle. Patience, the slow boots that do not kick a slower foot. Forbearance and forgiveness, the cloak we loan each other when we forgot our own. Love, the binding that keeps all the garments from slipping to the floor when the day grows rough. The words were not a lecture. They were closets opened and light laid on folded cloth. A young mother named Xanthi raised a hand while balancing a child on her hip with the art she had learned in sleepless weeks. She asked how to put on patience when the fourth waking arrives and words sharpen themselves in the mouth without consent. The whole room made that sound people make when they have been there and failed there and hope to be better at the same place. Apphia, who had raised children and community, suggested a trade as simple as measuring flour. When the fourth waking comes, choose only one word, a soft one, and use it twice. The child will hear the word and the tone, and your heart will have the smallest bench to sit on and catch its breath. Xanthi nodded and pressed her cheek to the child's hair, and the child, who knew nothing of any of it, burbled in agreement. During the pause between pages, I felt the room's attention turn toward the door, though no one moved. The air changed in the way air changes when someone approaching has not yet crossed the threshold. Philemon felt it too. He touched the wood of his chair, as men do when they want something in their hand as a witness. Archippus straightened without hardening. Apphia smoothed the cloth over the table with that absent motion that mothers use when they make rooms ready for any news at all. Footsteps, then a halt just beyond the lintel. Onesimus stood in the doorway. He was not grand, and he did not try to be. His hands were empty and open. The travel mantle over his shoulder was dusted with the same road I'd walked. The lamp made a lake of light between us, and he did not step into it yet, as if honouring the fact that light tells its own truth and does not need flattery. Philemon rose part way, stopped, rose the rest of the way as if he had decided to trust his legs. The courtyard held its breath the way a field holds its frost when the sun first touches it. I saw in the faces around me a quick weeping and its refusal, then a readiness to weep and a second refusal, that private dance a heart does when it hopes not to be seen. Onesimus lifted his head and looked at Philemon. The way a man looks at a cliff, he must climb with the strength he has, and not the strength he wished he had. He spoke first, and did not try to change the story into something easier to carry. He said there had been wrong, and more than one kind. He said he had seen a man in chains who spoke freedom to him, and that the voice had given him his own name back. He said he had been sent not as property returned, but as brother received, and that whatever debt the old account carried had been courageously and publicly claimed by the one who wrote the letter I carried. The sound that crossed the courtyard then was not a word. It was the movement of many thoughts untangling at once. Apphia stepped forward and placed the cup on the table that belonged to no one and to anyone. Philemon set his hands on the boards and let the wood steady him until it had done enough. Then he let go. I saw his mouth shape the question he had asked me on the road, and I saw the answer he had chosen arrive before his lips. He looked at Onesimus as if he were reading a text that had been revised, with the edits the colour of mercy and the old words still legible, which is how honest forgiveness looks in daylight. He spoke a name with respect. He put another name beside it, brother. Onesimus crossed the threshold, not quickly, not slowly, in that pace people use when they have decided to be present to a moment, no matter what it asks. Philemon met him halfway. They did not embrace at first. They stood with the space of truth between them and let the truth be honoured. Then Philemon reached across the space and placed his hand on Onesimus's forearm, and Onesimus placed his hand over Philemon's. And the cat, annoyed at this disturbance in the corner of the room it owned, resettled and accepted that some changes are worth its patience. We prayed again, but the prayer this time was made of breathing and tears that were not ashamed of themselves. Menander cleared his throat, as if to lift the weight of the room onto his shoulders for a moment, so the others could rest. Tryphena set the sesame bread nearer to where the two men stood, a practical sermon. Archippus brought a second lamp and set it opposite the first, so that the faces of both men were equally lit. A geometry of fairness that taught me more than an argument would have taught me. Apphia began a hymn without warning, one of the old ones that has learned to live alongside grief without scolding it. The melody held the courtyard until the courtyard could hold itself. When the song rested, I read from the letter again, the place about letting the peace of Christ rule in your hearts, and I told them how a referee keeps a game from breaking into a brawl. The metaphor was received with smiles from the young and with relief from the older, who have seen too many markets and households turn into contests where the score is kept in bitterness. We named a practice. When insult rises to swing its arm, let peace blow the whistle. When fear tries to change the rules in the middle, peace steps onto the field and points to the line. It was not eloquent. It was something we could all do before the next dusk. The hour had gotten late without consulting us. Still, no one rushed the ending. We spoke of masters and servants and the new kinship that outruns those words, not to erase the reality of labour and ownership under law, but to bind them to a higher allegiance. Philemon, who had always been fair, allowed the letter to ask him for more than fairness. He nodded to himself, the way a man nods at a measurement that is cleaner than the one he has been using. Onesimus listened with his own spine, learning a different way to stand, neither servile nor proud, and he practiced his first yes to a task given by love and not by fear. The lamp wavered as if it had breathed too much of our words, and Apphia trimmed the wick without ceremony. The light returned, clear and steady. We ate again, because reconciliation is hungry work. The sesame bread crackled, the olives shone, the cheese softened at the edges. A girl placed 2 dates in Onesimus's palm, and then fled, embarrassed by her own courage. He laughed, a new sound, and passed 1 date to Philemon, and I imagined the date he had shared with me on the road, as if sweetness were learning to multiply. Later, when most had gone, and the courtyard rested with the satisfied disorder of a feast well shared, Archippus asked for the letter once more. We unrolled the section about speech seasoned with salt, about doors that open for the word, about walking in wisdom toward those who have not yet tasted what we speak of. He asked for a little salt, and Apphia, amused and serious at once, handed him a pinch. He touched it to his tongue and winced at its sharp honesty. He said he would remember that flavour the next time he was tempted to talk longer than love required. I lay that night on a pallet near the fig tree, the satchel between me and the wall, the way a parent sleeps between a child and the door. The house breathed the way old houses breathe when they know their inhabitants are at peace again after a hard year. Somewhere a hinge spoke softly. Somewhere water moved in clay and reminded the room of last rain. The moon found the tile edge and wrote a white line across the floor. I slept as if rest knew my name. Before dawn, the courtyard gathered itself for morning. Apphia swept the crumbs together and fed them to the small flock of pigeons that had learned the hour. Philemon and Onesimus stood near the gate and spoke without checking their voices for trembling. The young men carried benches back under the eaves and stacked them with a gentleness that had not been asked for and had been given anyway. Perpetua wrapped her shawl and shook it once, as if to scatter any sorrow that still clung to the weave. Menander pressed a square of wood into his apprentice's hand and said, "Measure twice today for me." And the boy nodded, with pride he did not try to hide. We gathered again, fewer now, to bless the day. I read a short blessing from the letter, and then added one of my own in the voice I had borrowed from the man in chains. Strength to your hands that choose kindness. Wisdom to your words that choose silence when speech would only bruise. Courage to your feet that choose the harder road because love has business in that direction. Peace to your thresholds, that those who cross in anger will be required to leave it on the step like mud they must not track into the house. Philemon came to me then, holding the smaller letter that had come with the larger. He placed it in my hands, as if he were placing a child its first day at school with a teacher he trusted. "Tell him," he said, meaning the man in Rome, that his words did not only run to us, they took root. "Tell him that I found my brother hidden inside the man I had called servant, and that my own heart was waiting inside the word brother." He smiled as if embarrassed by his own joy, and then did not hide it. Onesimus stood beside him, and in his posture there was a new weight, not a burden, a belonging. He asked me, quiet and bold at once, whether there were other roads that needed walking like this one. "Many," I said, and the answer pleased him not because it was grand, but because it gave him work large enough for a life. He would stay for a season where he had once fled. He would carry errands like a student of grace, and one day his feet would go beyond the valley, and he would wear the dust of other thresholds that needed the same trembling courage. When I left the house at Colossae, the sky was the colour of fresh clay, and the air smelled of the first fire of the day. The gate clicked behind me, and the sound was not a dismissal. It was the sound a story makes when a chapter has closed well. I looked back once, because gratitude asked for it. In the courtyard, the fig leaves made their slow applause. The cat, having discovered that its corner still belonged to it despite the great changes of the night, yawned a long confidence and curled into its certainty. I touched the satchel and felt it lighter and fuller at the same time, a paradox that had become a companion. On the lane, neighbours were already about their work. A girl rinsed wool and sang a line of the hymn Apphia had begun, and the line did not sound borrowed. It sounded native to her own throat. A boy carried a chisel with both hands like a gift he was afraid to drop, and his father walked beside him without correcting his grip. A woman with flour on her cuffs nodded to me, and the nod included the whole night's work of mercy, as if it were a loaf she had baked. I walked toward the path for Laodicea, with the blue scarf at my neck, and the little ribbon from Ephesus bright against the strap, and the valley lifted its morning to meet me. As I crossed the small bridge near the edge of town, a gust of wind ran along the water and turned it to scales of light. I thought of the letter's words about being raised and set on things above, and I did not picture clouds or ladders. I pictured Menander measuring twice, then asking forgiveness only once, because he had learned to speak before the second wound. I pictured Perpetua setting a stool by the window for sorrow, and another for gratitude, the two of them sharing the view like unlikely friends. I pictured Philemon and Onesimus standing at the gate, and deciding in the same breath to keep choosing this new name for each other every morning. I pictured the cat, because courage should always include a little humour, or it becomes brittle. The road bent, and Colossae became a set of roofs and a plume of friendly smoke. In my chest, peace took up its place, like the fair referee it had promised to be. It was not holding a whistle now. It was walking with me, a companion who knows the turns. The satchel tapped my hip with each step, as if to say that what had been sown would remember how to root, even in seasons of drought, even in days when the letters would need to be read against the wind. I let my stride lengthen. The ridge path called. The next town would have its own courtyards, its own bread, its own griefs and songs. The work had shown its face, and it was kind. The path rose along the ridge with a steadiness that felt like counsel, and morning found me there, the valley folding and unfolding to my right like a patient hand. Behind me, Colossi rested under its veil of half-smoke, and ahead, the land tipped toward Laodicea, where roofs caught the light the way a well-kept ledger catches a glance. The air had the crispness of water kept in clay. A flock moved along the lower slope, wool turned silver by dew. Their bells stitched a line of sound that stayed with me long after I could no longer see the shepherd. I touched the satchel as I walked. Inside, the letter that had breathed through a night of reconciliation waited to be read again among neighbours who measured their days by weight and price, and the comfort of well-shod feet. Paul had asked for the exchange, that the words in Colossae should be read in Laodicea, and the words in Laodicea should be read in Colossae, so that the same seed would find different soil and teach us what grows where. I liked the thought of the letters travelling like pollen, carried by wind and hands, making fruit in places they had not originated. The ridge flattened where 3 roads met, and there a woman sold warm goat's milk with mint bruised between her fingers. I drank and felt the green move into me like a low flame. A man with a bolt of dark wool over his shoulder stepped from the Laodicea road and balanced his bundle with one hand, as if the cloth were a companion with opinions. He nodded at the satchel, the universal nod of those who move goods from one trust to another. "Black fleece," he said, patting the wool. "Fetches a price if the weave is right. The city wants what it can wear without asking permission." We walked together a span. He talked of trade routes and the way coin travels faster than gratitude. He spoke cheerfully about a dyer who could coax colour out of a plant with nothing more than patience and time, then went solemn when he remembered the friend whose house had become a door for prayer in a city that often preferred doors for commerce. "When I stand in her courtyard," he said, "I can hear the market on the other side of the wall, and my heart wants both rooms at once." He smiled at his own admission and veered down toward Laodicea's southern gate, leaving me to the upper path where wind fingered the cypress and lifted the edge of my scarf. The aqueduct appeared before the city did, a stone spine carrying water long distances with a logic that half the city claimed as a cousin. I set my ear to the channel and heard the constant talk of water that has learned the word patience. A boy with an oar over his shoulder passed and said without stopping, "Lukewarm at the bath, stranger. Good for aching backs and slow thinking. Better heated or cooled." He grinned and was gone, all ankles and elbows and the bright wastefulness of youth. Laodicea received me with a bustle that wore perfume. Counting houses breathed the cool of their shaded rooms. Bankers' tablets showed a forest of marks like well-trained vines. Merchant stalls offered spices in small hills, each a different colour of persuasion. The clack of tablets, the chime of coin, the soft called offers moved around me like a river that had learnt the curves of its bed and intended to keep them. I passed under a linen awning where a physician ground powder with a pestle, tapping the mortar to loosen what clung. "For eyes," he said when he noticed me watching, pride and modesty taking turns in his voice. "Mixed with oil, a salve that clears what the day leaves behind." I asked after Nympha. Faces lit, hands drew lines in the air. "The house with the fig tree that bends toward the street," a seamstress said, "and the door that opens before you've knocked." A boy missing a sandal said, "Where they sing without worrying if the note is theirs. then was whisked away by a woman who had borrowed his sandal and was late returning it. I found the street easily. Some roads go to their destinations the way a river goes to the sea, and others learn to go there because feet teach them. This was the second kind. Nympha's door stood open as promised. The fig tree reached a green limb into the light and seemed to mark the house the way a psalm marks a heart. Inside, the courtyard had learned how to hold many without making anyone feel surplus. A loom stood under the eaves, with work quietly resting on it, as if the weaving had been set aside to make room for a different thread. Clay lamps waited along a shelf, their wicks trimmed short. There were jars against the wall, and a bench rubbed smooth by conversation, and above it all the sky, which knows how to be a roof without stealing the air. Nympha came toward me with a welcome practised in the old art of hospitality, nothing forced, nothing withheld. She had the bearing of someone who understands the grammar of rooms, and the physics of grief, and the mathematics of loaves. "Grace to you," she said, and it did not sound like a phrase. It sounded like a hand taking mine. I gave her Paul's greeting, and she received it with the steadiness of one who has carried greetings through her own weather. When I told her why I had come, she placed her palm on the satchel lightly, as a midwife touches a belly, not to rush what is inside, only to honour it. People flowed in as news discovered the streets. A banker with careful hair loosened his belt, as if making space for a second meal. A wool merchant with black fleece under his nails wiped his hands on a cloth and stood near the door where he could see, without knowing he was doing it, who might need his quiet help later. A woman with a tray of small cakes trembling on their honey skins set them down and shook her hands once, like a bird resettling feathers. A dyer, whose fingertips were stained the colour of wet midnight, tucked a wisp of hair behind her ear and took a seat on the floor where she could lean her back against the wall and listen without argument. We prayed, not in a way that would impress the street, but in a way that set our breaths to the same measure. I unfastened the satchel and brought out the letter, and when the first words left my mouth, "Grace to you, peace to you," the room bent toward them as plants bend toward light they did not plant. I read of Christ who holds all things, and of the peace that is not a truce between tired enemies, but the life of the body under its head. I read of putting on compassion and kindness, humility and patience, of letting love fasten all the pieces together, so nothing is lost in a hard wind. The banker's careful hair forgot itself. The dyer's stained fingers smoothed the hem of her tunic and then stilled. When I paused, the pause found a chair and sat among us. A child began to hum a tune he did not know, and then remembered his mother's look and stopped, which made the room kinder to him rather than stricter. A merchant cleared his throat and confessed that he had built ladders, good ones, polished, strong, but leaned them against the wrong walls. He said he could tell by the view from the top that something important had been missing. "I have seen profit," he said, "but not fruit." He did not accuse the city, he accused his own heart, and the accusation was the beginning of gentleness. A woman whose eyes had been tired for years asked whether setting the mind on things above meant ignoring the calculations below. "Who pays the miller if I set my mind too high?" she asked, with a wryness that earned laughter, then softened into something like relief when I told her that setting the mind above is not an escape from weight, but the right measuring of it. We spoke of work done as people who belong to a household where the master loves the servants, and the servants carry dignity like a well-tied sash. We spoke of how the heart can be rich in coin and poor in courage, or the other way round, and that Christ has a way of teaching the poor to spend and the rich to receive without shame. Nympha listened with her head slightly tilted, as if catching words in a net she would later mend and send back into the day as counsel. When we came to the part about letting the word dwell richly among us, in psalms and hymns and songs breathed by the Spirit, she began a line so gently I did not know we had begun singing until the room answered. It was not loud, it was wide. The banker's voice, when joined to the dyer's, made a chord that came from neither profession and from both. Children, with their clean courage, found the melody without the embarrassment that hinders adults. The words rose, and for the length of a song, the market outside sounded like rain at the edge of a roof. After the reading, confessions came the way rain does on days when the sky is not certain of itself, then certain after all. A money changer admitted that he had turned away a widow with perfect logic and terrible timing. He gave no speech about restitution. He asked for eyes. The physician, who made salve for eyes, touched the rim of his mortar and said he had mended sight, without always offering to sit with loneliness, which is a deeper blindness. The dyer confessed that she loved the way her cloth took colour more than she loved the apprentice, whose hands were clumsy, and whose heart, she admitted, might be worth more than any bolt she would ever finish. Nympha spoke last among the elders, not because she was timid, but because she wanted to hear the sound of the room before adding her own. She said she had been rich in busyness and poor in presence for 2 months, and that she had missed her own people while standing in their midst. She smiled as if asking pardon from a friend, and the friend had already waved it aside. She asked the household to help her practice Sabbath, not a grand proclamation, but one afternoon each week when the door would still be open, but the counting of cups and the counting of hearts would rest, and only faces would be counted. We ate. Honey softened the edge of what had been confessed. Olives set their dark, honest flavour among us, like old men who know the world and do not despair of it. The banker found himself cutting bread for the child who had hummed, and the child accepted the bread as if a king had given it. The dyer slipped a second cake into the physician's hand with the firm generosity of someone who has decided that sweets are medicinal today. The merchant placed a coin near the door and did not look at it again, and later I saw the coin travel, one hand to another, and multiply into jars filled and a widow's porridge assured for a week. When the shadows turned the fig leaves into a soft ceiling, I brought out the other page I carried, the one addressed to Laodicea, and meant now for Colossae. We did what Paul had asked. We exchanged letters as if trading seeds and weather. Nympha took the page with both hands, the way one receives bread, and wrapped it in a strip of linen that smelled faintly of oil and incense. She asked a boy named Sota to tie it and to stand a little taller as he did so. He did, pride without vanity, dignity without stiffness. "You will take this to the gate at dawn," she said, "and place it in the hands of the friend who walks east." Her glance was my commission and my blessing. Later, she led me to the flat of the roof where the city could be seen without its noise demanding attention. The aqueduct carved its clean line across the plain. The baths sent their steam up in a soft ghost that troubled no one. "We are a practical place," she said. We are good at making and storing and accounting. We forget to receive until a famine reminds us. And we forget to pour until a flood does the same. She looked at the ridge. We need these exchanges, the letters, the crossings. Wealth does interesting things to a soul if it never meets need except at a bargaining table. She did not sound ashamed. She sounded accurate. Today we met our need without buying anything. That will make the market gentler tomorrow. Night found the house unafraid. Lamps carried circles of a manageable size. People drifted home with steps that belonged to them. A man lingered to thank Nympha for the hymn as if she had invented it. A woman lingered to ask the physician whether he knew a salve for the heart that closes against kindness and why it does that. He said he did not, and then he explained the sort of patience such a heart requires and how friends can be instructed in its care. I slept near the door, the satchel under my head, the ribbon from Ephesus cool against my cheek. The city made its hushed commerce with the dark, dogs naming what was not threatening after all, the aqueduct ticking in the night air, someone trying a new lock and deciding against it. I woke once when someone laid a folded cloth over my feet. It was the dyer's apprentice, moving like a guilty kindness, and I pretended sleep so as not to embarrass his generosity. Dawn came like a careful accountant, no waste, only what was needed. In the courtyard, a kettle bubbled with barley and dates. Nympha handed me a bowl and tapped the rim the way a mother does to confirm it will not crack in a child's hands. She pressed the wrapped letter into my keeping and then, as if to even the scale of giving, pressed a kiss to my brow. Take our love back with the page, she said, and if the page is lost, the love is still delivered. On my way out, I stopped by the physician's table. He was already at his pestle, and the powder rose and settled like breath. For eyes, he said again, then added, and for hearts, when it can. He poured a little into a twist of paper and tucked it into my palm. You will meet someone today who thinks he sees, and he will need a friend who knows how to wait while the medicine works. He shrugged. That is most of what I do. In the street, the market drew its curtains back. The banker unlocked his chest and released a prayer he did not name as such, only a hope that he would not count too tightly. The merchant straightened a ladder behind his stall, then took it down and leaned it against a different wall as if trying out a new view. The dyer sent her apprentice to the river with a coil of rope and the simple instruction, look at the sky twice before you test the current. He nodded as if he had been given a secret. At the gate, Sota stood ready to escort me to the ridge. He walked a pace ahead, then remembered that real escort means a pace beside. He carried no weapon, only a slice of bread for the journey, and the irrepressible joy of being useful. When we reached the place where the road divided, he handed me the bread without looking directly at me, as if gifts are best given sideways. Tell them to sing our hymn when they read, he said, so we will all be singing at once. He flushed, surprised he had asked so much, and I promised. The ridge learned my feet again, and the morning wind found its old way along my scarf. Laodicea sank behind me in a dignified hush that did not mind being left. Cities that know their work are generous with departures. I looked back once. The aqueduct shone like a thought that had remembered its purpose. The baths exhaled another thin cloud into the blue. Somewhere in Nympha's courtyard, A broom lifted dust that mimicked smoke and settled where it should. I carried the two houses inside me now. Colosse's courtyard, where mercy had learned a new vocabulary, and Laodicea's courtyard, where wealth had learned to listen. The letters rode easy in the satchel, as if their edges had been softened by being believed. I thought of the banker cutting bread, the dyer surrendering a cake, the physician admitting what he did not heal, and deciding not to be less useful for the truth. I thought of Nympha's door opening before the knock. I thought of ladders and walls, and the view from the top, and the better view from the ground when you are kneeling to wash feet. By midday, the ridge cast a clean shadow, and the terraces of Hierapolis picked up the sun like a silver scale. A man sat by the path, rubbing his eyes with the heels of his hands, as if trying to grind sight into them by force. I remembered the twist of powder the physician had given me, and sat beside the man without explaining too much. "For eyes," I said, "and for the time it takes to see." He did not ask my name. He accepted the little packet and the shared silence that followed. Birds stitched the air above us. The road waited without tapping its foot. When I rose, the man smiled the smile of someone who has been seen even before he can see clearly. I touched the satchel and felt, beneath the leather and the paper and the ribbon and the older, invisible cords that bind us to one another, the steady pulse of the one who had written us into a larger letter and was still not finished. The road tilted toward the east. I tilted with it, and in that small surrender found that my steps had already learned the next mercy. The road from the ridge to the coast unwound like a quiet thought, and morning gathered itself around me, with that washed clarity that comes after an honest rain. Cypress lifted their dark fingers against a paler sky. The satchel rode at my side, lighter since Colossae and Laodicea had received their portions, yet full in the way a field is full after sowing. I walked until the land breathed brine, then farther, until gulls threaded their easy arcs, and the ropes of the small port sang their familiar notes against wood. A trader's vessel sat low in the water, skin of tar shining softly. The captain was a square man with the caution of one who counts seasons by storms. He took my coin and my weight without questions that would have required me to answer with many words. We pushed off in the grey before dawn. Oars made their clean entries, lifted, entered again. The sea answered with that steady hush that asks the heart to match it. I set my palm over the satchel the way you place a hand on a sleeping child, not to wake, only to say, "You are here, I am here." Once the harbour slipped behind, the sail learned the wind and took its full shape. The crew had their jokes that did not trouble the morning. A boy with a scrape across his knuckles kept glancing north, as if he owned a brother in the wind. I warmed my hands around a small cup of hot water, with mint the colour of fields I had walked days before. When I opened the satchel just enough to look, the top page seemed to steady itself at my gaze. Words waited the way bread waits on a table before a prayer, present, fragrant, patient. The crossing was kind to us. The Aegean wore its modest face. When the sun finally shouldered through the cloud edge, it laid a road of light that seemed to go our way. The captain nodded, as if the sky had remembered an old agreement. I thought of the letter in my keeping, of lines that spoke of partnership, of joy that did not depend on weather, of a peace that guards the door of the heart like a seasoned sentry who knows names. I let the sentences walk in me without hurry. The boy with the scraped knuckles began to hum without knowing he had, then stopped, then began again, as if the sea had taught him a song in childhood and was reminding him where he had left it. We made Neapolis by afternoon. The harbour smelled of rope and citrus and fish that had met their end without tragedy. A soldier with soft shoulders watched the boats as if he were guarding an idea rather than a dock. The road up to Philippi climbed with purpose, stones set upon stone by people who built things to last and expected to be remembered for it. Pines stitched shade across the way. Cicadas rehearsed. I tasted salt on my lip and dust on my teeth, and felt beneath both a readiness that was not entirely mine. Philippi opened at the top of the climb like a city postured for story, arches and columns, and the obeyed geometry of a forum, and yet at its edges the familiar intimacies of bread lines and broom strokes and a child's uncoached laugh. I asked after Lydia, and the path to her house was a stream that many feet had already found. You could tell which door along that street belonged to her before you reached it. Purple cloth breathed on the line, not royal, only rich with the scent of the plant that had given its colour. A cistern kept the courtyard cool. The sound of washing was the sound of prayer when it is not trying to impress anyone. She saw me and smiled in that way that confirms good news before it is spoken. Her hands had dye at the edges of the nails, and the marks did not argue with the rings at her knuckles. She greeted me by name, though I had never before stood under her lintel. Hospitality is a language that does not need an interpreter. She took the satchel with her eyes, not her hands, and set a place for it on the low table as if it were a guest with its own appetite. Others gathered as the day shaded into evening. A veteran who had learned to speak softly after years of shouting. A woman who had known Lydia at the river on the first day of her first yes. Two friends whose names would later be said together. The sound of them side by side, a kind of prayer for harmony. A child with a wax tablet, and the fierce concentration that young minds bring to new letters. We ate first, because joy deserves bread. Olives, their dark honesty, oil with time steeped in it, goat cheese that tried to crumble and did not. The smell of the dye house had given itself to a clean shirt somewhere behind the wall. The first lamp answered the dimness kindly. Lydia waited for no signal from me. She lifted her head, gave thanks in as few words as gratitude requires when it is sincere, and then sat back with the happy relief of a woman who still wanted to be taught after a long day of teaching. When the room was ready to listen, I loosened the tie and drew the page. I did not begin loudly. Grace to you, peace to you. The sentences remembered their way into the room. I spoke of the partnership from the first day until now, and of a work begun that would be finished in better hands than ours. Nods are not always visible. These were. People who have carried others on their backs across lean months know the truth of a sentence about shared work. When I said aloud that bonds in Rome had made courage travel rather than fear, the veteran's mouth lifted with a small surprise that is so. Lydia closed her eyes and let a sigh escape, then let the escape be public. I read the old song set in the middle of the letter, the one that tells how he gave up what he could have kept and took a lower seat without losing himself. The room leaned toward that tune, as if its memory sat in the bones of the benches. The veteran rested his hand over the place his sword had once hung, and seemed content that his hip was empty. The child wrote the first letter of the word humble on his tablet, then a second, then pressed too hard, and had to smooth the wax to begin again. He did not mind beginning again. He liked the feel of the stylus learning the shape. Then joy, spoken like a true friend, not a command that scolds those who cannot force their faces to shine. Rejoice in the Lord, not in the price of wool, or the weather, or a magistrate's mood. Again rejoice, as if the second saying made room for the people who missed the first. Let your gentleness be known. The child looked up at that, heard his own practice in the sentence, then traced the word gentle with the stylus, until the muscles would remember it later, without the stylus in his hand. I offered a practice and did not make it grand. For a week, bring gentleness into every greeting in the market. Let hands and tone arrive softer than expected. Let the first words carry kindness before any other business. A woman at the edge of the circle, cheeks hollowed by a season of anxious waking, asked how a mind learns to rest when night forgets how to be night. I gave her the training Paul had given us. In everything, by prayer and petition with thanksgiving, make your requests known, and the peace of God, not your peace, his, will keep guard at your heart's gate. We practiced it right there. One by one, we named a small good, the smell of bread cooling, the colour that refuses to wash out even after many rinses, shoelaces that hold, a boy's laugh that does not consult permission, coins enough for tomorrow's flour. For each naming, a breath. On the second round, we added the asking. The woman named sleep and did not apologise for wanting it. We held the ask up together like a canopy and did not try to bargain. The veteran named patience for his temper when the magistrate pretends to listen. Lydia named wisdom for a dispute among her workers that she wanted resolved without anyone needing to bow too low to pride. The peace that came was not theatrical. It settled like water in a basin that had been tipping. A man with keys at his belt, who had not spoken, stood after a long pause, then sat, then stood again, and this time did not mind the eyes. He told us, not for the first time in his life, and yet as if it were the first time he knew how to tell it, of a night when songs rose from a cell and the ground moved like a creature waking. He spoke of doors that were no longer doors and chains that forgot their purpose. He told how fear had asked for a blade and then dropped it because another kind of fear, the holy kind, had arrived and said, "Do not harm yourself." He had washed wounds he did not cause. He had set food before men he had been paid to keep hungry. He had learnt the strange arithmetic of joy that can sit at a table with sorrow and not knock over the cup. We let his story stand among us until its legs were strong again. Then Lydia, who knows about work that stains the hands, came to him with a bowl so he would not be empty after telling it. I saw then that Philippi's joy is not noisy. It is durable. It holds its shape. Two friends in the circle, both known for their service and their unflinching words, glanced at each other and then away. I knew their names already. I had heard them paired in the letter like a kindly summons. We did not make a spectacle of them. Lydia placed a hand on one shoulder, then on the other, as if to say the room is wide enough for both of you at once. I read the call for them to agree in the Lord. I did not add my own sentence. Silence did the explaining. They drew closer to the lamp, and the lamp, being a lamp, did not choose sides. The veteran stood behind them with the stance he likely took at bridges that needed guarding. The child brought his wax tablet and offered it without being told, as if words might help them find the same page. They spoke low, and what needed to be said could remain low. Wrong had been done in small cuts that had bled longer than either expected. A glance misread. A task divided, as if to keep from the other a work she loved. A sentence delivered with the old strength from the wrong season. They named what could be named, asked pardon where pardon was not a humiliation, and found that, underneath, their love for the same Lord had not moved. We prayed. I gave them a practice as simple as standing at the same loom for a week, one at the shuttle, one at the beater, their hands meeting in the cloth like a truce that becomes friendship. They smiled like women who had finished good cloth, and by finishing it would finish an argument too. We sang then, not during, after. Lydia began it. The veteran found the lower line. The key holder kept the rhythm by the old habit of a man who has counted footsteps in halls. Children at first were shy, then brave, then too loud, then corrected by smiles, not frowns. I looked down at the page and found the next part ready, the list of what to let the mind eat. Whatever is true, whatever is honourable, whatever is just and clean and lovely, whatever is worth praise and not simply noise. I did not burden anyone with a catalogue. I asked for one true thing. The veteran said the sound of a wife's breath when anger passes, and she says I am here. The anxious woman said cool water on the forehead when heat has been foolish. Lydia said the precise moment purple takes to the cloth, the instant you see the promise keeping itself. The child said his mother's hand on the back of his neck when he reads a line right. We kept our minds there for a time, as if the mind were a child that needs to be shown where to sit. The night rounded itself gently. In the small courtyard behind the main room, a ribbon of water moved along the edge of stone, whispering to no one in particular. We ate again because joy eats twice. Someone laughed easily and no one shushed it. Before we slept, Lydia came to me with a narrow purse that made no noise when she set it down. There were coins and a small roll of cloth inside, not enough to boast, enough to be love. She asked me to carry the love on the page and the love in the purse when I next saw Paul, or someone who would carry it to him, and tell him that even in lean seasons their hands still knew how to open. I thought of the way he had written of their generosity, how it had found him like a cool wind in a room with no windows. I promised and meant the promise. I slept near the doorway on a woven mat that remembered the weight of many people. The satchel was my pillow again, the ribbon from Ephesus a cool line under my cheek, the new purse a quiet passenger inside. Outside, rain began the smallest song, slow taps on leaves that would not wake anyone who did not already need to wake. I woke once to the sound of Lydia's steps and knew, without seeing, that she was checking doors and faces and the lamp's position. The rituals of a woman who has learned that care carried lightly will keep a house from needless sorrow. I slept again and dreamed that the word rejoice had become a clear bell, not a noisy one, the kind that calls you without scaring your heart. Morning took its time. When it arrived, the city smelled of crushed mint and warm stone. Lydia's servants had already hung fresh skeins where the air could walk between them. She took me to the gate by the river before the market had decided on its day's temperament. The water there moved with holy memory. Women were washing, not in a hurry, speaking the sort of sentences that weave ties between households. A birth, a marriage, a mother who had a fever, and then did not. Lydia stood at the familiar place and closed her eyes briefly. That half-breath that asks the past and the present to shake hands. She touched the water with her fingertips. The chill climbed her wrist, and she smiled. She told me a few lines of her first day, when she had heard words that seemed to recognize her. She did not dramatize. She simply said, "I knew," and then did what you do when knowing arrives, which is to reorder your life without a tantrum. We prayed there, small prayers, so the day would not be offended by our noise. The veteran spoke gratitude for work and asked for gentleness in the task of being strong without making others feel weak. The two friends asked for a playful spirit as they shared the loom. The anxious woman asked, as she had in the night, for sleep to come without bargaining. The key holder, remembering his old panic, asked for courage not to reach for his blade when no enemy was present. Courage to sit with silence and call it friend. Back in the courtyard, the child brought me his wax tablets. He had written the word gentle in a careful row, then again in a slightly surer hand. He wanted me to see the second more than the first. I praised both. His mother set an apple in his palm and told him to let the letter rest and his eyes play. He scampered to the basin and studied his reflection the way boys do when they are trying to learn which part of their face is their father's. I spent the day among them. We visited a neighbour whose leg had argued with a cart. We carried stew and left it without sermon. We helped a woman move a jar heavier than she could rightly lift. And the simple effort made us family for as long as the jar needed lifting. I went with Lydia to the dye house and watched the miracle I had heard described so many times. The cloth in the vat looked like defeat and rose a colour that seemed to have been invented in the water at that very moment. She wrung it with steady hands and smiled as if grace itself had turned visible for anyone willing to hold it. In the late afternoon, a runner from the magistrate came to tell the veteran his presence would be required in the morning for a dispute at the market. He accepted the news without the stiffening that used to own him. He asked for our prayers and for the practice we had named the night before, that he would meet the dispute with gentleness first and firmness only when kindness had done its work. We stood around him, ordinary people who know that the way one man handles a single argument can keep a city from catching the wrong fire. As evening cooled the stones, Lydia mended my blue scarf where its edge had frayed. She did not replace the blue. She found a thread of her purple and married it to the blue with close, clean stitches. When she tied off the thread, the seam looked like a conversation that had gone well. She took a narrow strip of purple and tied it to the satchel's strap beside the river blue ribbon from Ephesus. The two threads did not compete. They seemed to enjoy each other. Before sleep, we read again the lines about contentment that the letter gives near the end, about learning the secret of having much and having little, and how both can be schools for courage. We let the words sit in our laps. Lydia said quietly that wealth had taught her many skills, yet joy had come to her by a different road altogether, not bought, only received. The veterans spoke of lean meals in old campaigns, and how sometimes the thin soup tasted like laughter because of the company. The anxious woman smiled as if she had found something in the sentence that would hold through the next wakeful hour. The two friends at the loom pressed their shoulders together, the way sisters do when they are remembering they are on the same side. I left Philippi at first light, the river whispering its goodbye at my left ear. They walked me to the edge of the forum, not in a parade, only as far as love usually walks the ones it will miss. Lydia pressed the purse into the satchel again, checking what she already knew, then pressed my hand, then let it go, which is a hard part of love and a holy part. The veteran saluted absent-mindedly, then laughed at himself, then saluted properly, a sign given to a king he had learned to cherish. The key holder lifted his keys as if to show me they no longer ruled him. The anxious woman gave me a small packet of dried mint for the road and told me to drink it when the afternoon made my thoughts loud. The child held up his tablet to show me the last writing he had done. The word gentle had become itself. They began a song as I turned down the road, a simple line with a single word of joy in it, a melody that does not force your mouth to stretch wider than it wants to. I walked until their voices became the river, and the river the wind. The satchel touched my hip in its steady way. The purple thread flashed once when the sun found it. Ahead, the road bent toward the next city with its own unhappiness and its own readiness. Behind, a courtyard where joy had learned again how to be ordinary returned to its work. I set my feet to the pace we had learned together, not fast, faithful, and the morning met me halfway. The road bent toward the sea, and then away again, lifting and lowering like a chest at rest. I followed the old stones of the great road east, the marks of worn wheels keeping their own counsel between Amphipolis and Apollonia. Shepherds gathered their flocks at the edges of the way, and crows filed their news in the cypress tops. When the wind came from the south, it carried salt and the faint thunder of waves on the Thamaic Gulf. When it came from the north, it smelled of pine resin and cool shadow. The satchel walked easily against my ribs, its strap polished by miles, and the touch of hands that had steadied it when boats leaned and bridges taught humility. I shared bread with a man who drove a cart of amphorae and knew the miles by the rhythm of his mule's ears. Thessalonica, he said, not boasting, only honest about the city's appetite. 100 doors, 1,000 prices, ships stacked like stories. He nodded at the satchel, as if it were a colleague. Whatever that is, it will need a quiet room inside that noise. We parted at a milestone where someone had carved a fish into the stone, not finely, but with love. At dusk I slept under a plane tree near the ruins of a mile station, watching the last light work itself free from the ridges. I dreamed that the letters rustled the way wheat rustles when a wind runs a hand through it. A voice. I could have sworn it was Paul's, said only, "Go early." They gather before the city wakes. I woke before my body had finished sleeping, and yet felt more ready than I deserved. First light met me at the western gate. Thessalonica lifted its lids on the day, like someone accustomed to waking before the alarm. The harbour held its row of masts, like a comb full of bright threads. Fishmongers rinsed their boards, and a boy shouldered a basket of lemons that made the air honest. Smoke rose in tidy columns as households coaxed fires into being. The market muttered its first sentences. A sailor with salt dried white at his temples crossed himself in the old way, then remembered a new way and nodded to the eastern sky. I asked for Jason's house, the way one asks for water, and men pointed without pausing their work, and a girl with a clay pitcher pointed too, switching it to the other hip with a neatness I admired. Jason's door was not proud. It was confident, a threshold that had learned the difference between trouble and guests. A vine threw a green arm over the lintel, as if to bless whoever entered. I lifted my hand to knock, but the door opened, because early prayers had ears and feet. A man with the steady face of someone who has been questioned by authorities, and yet still likes people, invited me in with a look that said, "We've been expecting something like this, if not you exactly." He said my name before I spoke it. Hospitality is a kind of prophecy. Inside, a dozen were gathered already, artisans with the glow of lamplight still on their forearms, a baker's wife wiping flour into a clean smear on her apron, a cartwright whose thumbs bore the permanent shine of long work with oiled wood. A widow sat near the door with a shawl that had been folded and unfolded too many times to count. She had done it to keep her hands from floating away. A boy near my age when I first ran errands for elders sat at the edge of the circle, knees ready to stand at any moment, as if standing quickly might prove his worth. He had that courier's look, eyes that measure distances, feet that don't yet know the value of going slower than you can. Jason pressed my fingers. A girl brought water. A lamp made a quiet sun on the table. I placed the satchel on the wood and felt the room stand still the way a field does when clouds part. "Grace to you," I said, because that is how one enters a house, even if one is already inside. I read the greeting and the thanks, the memory of their faith and labour of love and hope that outlasted the magistrate's frown. The widow's fingers stopped their folding. The cartwright's chin lowered into his palm, which is the posture of men listening hard. We spoke the sentences about living quietly, about tending one's own work without neglecting another's needs, about hands that earn so they can give. A man with eyes too bright from too many hours of talk asked whether quiet meant silence. "No," I said. "It means sound with purpose. It means learning which words go to market and which words stay home. It means letting your feet be the first sermon." He smiled like a hawk closing its wings. I turned the page, and the lamp breathed kinder. We reached the lines about those who had fallen asleep, how we do not grieve like people who have no horizon. The widow lifted her face then. She had that slight lean people have when their loss is larger than their balance. She did not ask for a speech. She asked for a place to set what she had been carrying. "He worked the docks," she said. "He could tie anything that needed tying. He died when the summer burned through. Her hands shaped a knot in the air and left it there. I did not argue with sorrow. I let the letter speak the only thing strong enough that when the trumpet of God belongs to the one who loves you, waking is a mercy and not a shock. That being gathered is not congestion, but belonging. That the word together is the secret hinge in the door." She closed her eyes then, not to stop tears, but to keep them from running the whole day. The baker's wife touched her shoulder, as if smoothing a sheet on a bed that would be slept in again. We promised her practical things: wood carried, errands run, a latch mended, because hope without errands grows fragile. When she opened her eyes, she had the look of someone who had been given a stool to rest on, though the work was not done. We spoke then of the day of the Lord, and how it comes like a thief, which for some is terror, and for others relief. You are not the kind who need the night to hide, I said. Wear the day. It suits you. We named the armour again, not for war, but for walking. Faith and love a breastplate, and hope as a helmet, so the mind remembers it has a future. A man from the fish market laughed under his breath, and touched his forehead, as if his thoughts had been sunburned, and now found shade. When I read, "Respect those who labour among you," my eyes went to Jason without my choosing. He tried to look at the floor and failed. He smiled instead, which told me he was still learning how to receive without apology. When I read, "Be at peace among yourselves," the young courier's heel stopped tapping. When I read, "Admonish the idle, encourage the faint-hearted, help the weak, be patient with them all," the room opened its hands, because every one of us belongs to at least one of those names before noon. They asked good questions. A woman who stenciled patterns on plaster for people who could pay for beauty asked if art counts as work that serves. "Yes," I said, "if you do it in love and don't teach vanity to strut." A man who hired day workers asked how not to be used. "Be generous and wise," I said. Jules. Deutschland. Generosity learns names. Wisdom checks scales. The letter asked for both a boy, this one smaller than the courier at the edge, asked if God sleeps. "He rests," I said, "but not because he grows tired. He rests to teach us how." We ate quickly, because most had day labour to reach. Bread was torn, and olives passed like short prayers. The widow accepted a slice from the boy, who had asked about God's sleep. He placed it in her palm solemnly, and she smiled in a way that would feed a city if bread could carry smiles as well as olives. I blessed them with the old words and the new life behind them. Rejoice always, but not loudly at funerals. Pray as steady as breathing. Give thanks, not for everything, but in everything. And then the sentence I love because it refuses to pretend. Test everything. Hold fast to what is good. Throw off the rest like a wet cloak. Work called. They rose with the dignity of people who make a city edible and habitable and safe and sometimes beautiful. The cartwright slung his tools. The plasterer checked her stencils. The baker's wife tied her apron in a knot that meant speed. The young courier stayed behind until the room was nearly empty. "How do you carry peace into places that like shouting?" he asked, not quite looking at me. I touched the satchel and remembered my own feet when they were newer. "Walk slower than you can," I said. "Soft feet don't break the world. Learn the names of doors before you knock. And when two people shout, do not try to be louder. Be steady. Steady frightens panic more than volume does." He absorbed the advice, as if it were a draught of water after a sprint. Jason poured me watered wine, and we sat by the door to watch the city become itself. He told me their stories in small lines, not gossip, only the truth that helps prayer aim better. He pointed out the alley where a magistrate's men had once pounded, and the gate he had paid to repair afterward. He showed me a seam along the wall where new stones met old without shame. "We have learned to leave a seam visible," he said. It keeps us from lying about being whole. In the afternoon, I walked the market with the young courier, Nico, a name that fits quick feet, and let the letter do its work in the noise. We greeted slowly. We used the gentle word first. We did not turn away from need if it could be met without drama. At the fish tables, where the day's catch lay in neat rows of silver, a quarrel swelled over whose basket had been first. Nico glanced at me as if I might hand him a slogan. I handed him nothing. He took a breath. He had learned, after all, and put his hand flat on the table, not hard, just enough for touch to be a new sound. We will not poison our food with anger, he said to both men, as if reminding them of a recipe. It was awkward and perfect. They laughed, embarrassed, the way men laugh when they are grateful not to be fools in public. One yielded an inch, the other yielded a coin. The fish glistened, untroubled. We visited the quay, where ropes held ships like sentences held by punctuation. A man mended nets with a patience that made me consider how I held words. Nearby, a woman with a basket of dates sold sweetness with the briskness of someone who refuses to make sugar of everything. Nico bought 2 and gave me 1 with the pride of someone spending from his own pocket for the first time in a long time. Date flesh yielded under my teeth, and memory rose. A day on the road with Philemon, shared, and another in Colossae, shared again. The world is stitched together by dates and bread, and the hands that split them. Toward evening, we entered the synagogue at the hour when psalms find their ways back into the mouths of people who need anchoring. I prayed in the old words with the new life inside them, not to prove anything, only because a man needs to be faithful to the prayers that made him. An elder nodded to me afterward with that slight tilt that says, "We have questions, but today is not their day." Nico walked out quieter than he had walked in. "I think peace has a voice," he said. Gar said, "I will have to learn its accent." "Start by imitating," I said. "That is how children learn any language." At Jason's again, night collected in the courtyard, and lamps unrolled their calm as if laying cloth over a table. A few returned after work, the kind of few who want to understand what the day was trying to say. The widow had a new set to her shoulders. She made no speech. She accepted a cup of water and drank it with attention, which is another kind of prayer. A sailor joined us. His hands nicked where lines had argued, and he asked if pray without ceasing meant never being useful. "It means never breaking the line," I answered, "even when you coil it to work. The line is there. You feel it in your hand. That is prayer." We read the second letter then, the one carried like a balm to soothe panics that had grown from rumours. I told them plainly that some had been unsettled by talk, that the day had come and gone without them. I saw relief flicker on faces that had perhaps not named their fear aloud. "Do not be quickly shaken," I read. "Stand firm. Hold to what you were taught." The words settled in the room like weights that keep a tent from leaving in the wind. We spoke of idleness, the kind that wears piety as a coat while borrowing bread from neighbours who already work too hard. We command and encourage, I paraphrased, in the Lord, work quietly and eat your own bread. The plasterer nodded. "The quiet is the hard part," she said. "I can work. My mouth is the mule that runs. They asked what to do with the idle who have practiced that art so long it has become a habit. Do not treat them as enemies, I said, but warn them as brothers. Have them sweep floors when they will not build walls. If they will not sweep, let hunger do what sermons could not. I am not always so blunt, but Thessalonica is a city that respects clarity. It counts money before noon, and the letter required it. The widow smiled at the plainness like someone who has been spared a long debate. When the lamps burned lower, we sang a verse and then only hummed, which was better. Humming passes between the ribs without scaring them. Jason lifted his hand and spoke the blessing Paul had given them himself once, and I gave it back in a paraphrase that put it where their hands could reach it. May the God who is peace himself take you all the way to wholeness. May he keep every part of you, breath, thoughts, and the body that carries both, steady and ready for whatever dawn brings. We slept in small rooms and on roofs, and on mats unrolled wherever shadow offered. I lay with the satchel tucked against the wall, and listened to Thessalonica breathe. Oars creaking, a cart rattling later than sense advised. Laughter from a courtyard where someone had married, and the feast refused to yield easily tonight. Sometime near the deep middle of the dark, a wind came up from the gulf, stroked the vines and left. I dreamed of a loom. 2 women worked it in silence, hands meeting at the interior edge of the cloth again and again until their silence became love. At first light the house stirred like a hive, useful, not frantic. The baker's wife tied her hair, the cartwright rubbed his thumbs, checking for splinters that might sabotage a day. Nico had found me a second cup and set it by the door with the ceremony of a squire. The widow stood at the gate. She had not decided to smile. Her face had decided for her. She pressed something into my hand, a square of cloth she had hemmed carefully in the evening. To line your satchel when you carry words that bruise easily, she said. The hem had been turned with particular attention at the corners, and I suspected she had wept over it once, and then ironed the tears with her palm. Before I left, we made one more circuit through the letter's small practices, the kind that last longer than speeches. Keep short accounts. Do not let the sun set on a quarrel without at least sending a word across the alley. When you meet someone in the market that your heart calls enemy, ask first for news of their mother. Do not repay a sharp price with a sharper tongue. Repay with a fair measure and a quiet face. Learn a psalm by heart and carry it with your tools. And for those who trouble the peace, name the trouble without drama, choose a task together, and let shared work school your tempers. Nico walked me to the eastern road, where it gathers itself out of the city's stones. The air had that clean apple taste that days sometimes have when they intend to be kind. He looked taller, though he had not grown. I will try the slower step, he said, as if he were announcing an experiment. And when I forget, I will take short steps until I remember. And when you meet a man who will not stop shouting? I asked. He grinned with the seriousness of youth. I will go on humming. At the last corner, Jason caught up to press figs into my satchel. For Berea, he said. They love the scrolls there. Take them sweetness to slow their reading. He gripped my forearm, and all the questions a man like him carries passed through the gesture, and were blessed without being answered all at once. The widow lifted her hand in a farewell that did not break anything. The plasterer waved the little brush she used to dust fine lines before the pigment goes down. The cartwright offered the grunt, that means yes, and thank you, and come back when you can. Nico stood there humming, already practicing for a market that would not be ready, but would learn. I turned onto the road as the sun made a clear stripe on the Gulf. Behind me, Thessalonica went to work. Ahead, the hills lifted their patient shoulders toward Berea. The satchel tapped my hip with the old rhythm. The square of cloth the widow had sewn lay over the pages like a hand. I breathed once for those I was leaving, and once for those I was going to. And then I let the day pick up my feet and teach them, again, the proper pace for carrying peace. The hills between Thessalonica and Berea folded into one another, like careful blankets, and the road threaded them with the patience of an old seamstress. Morning tasted like the inside of an apple. Jason's figs rode in my satchel beside the letters, their sweetness a steadying secret. I kept the slower step I had promised Nico, letting the day name itself without my help. In the hollows, mist lay down in strips. On the ridges, sunlight had already learned where the stones could hold it. Near midday, I overtook a man whose staff had more miles in it than my sandals. He wore the quiet that comes from listening more than talking. He asked where I was bound, and when I told him, he nodded as if I had named a relative. Berea is a friend who never shouts, he said. She will make you tea before she makes you argue. We shared bread, and he showed me a shortcut a goat had taught him, narrow but honest, and then he tilted his hat and let me go on ahead, as if he were content to arrive whenever the road voted for him. Berea appeared when the hills decided to agree, whitewashed walls under plane trees that did the work of roofs without asking for payment. The market kept its voice low, even as the smell of cumin and warm olives braided the air. A boy sold reed pens and knew how to fit them to a hand without looking. A woman flattened dough against a hot stone and laughed once, briefly, in the middle of her own sentence, which is how you know a city is kind to its people. I asked for the synagogue and the house where followers of the way gathered, and every finger pointed the same direction, not because there was only one street, but because everyone had learned the same map. I found the door open to a courtyard where scrolls slept in clay jars against the wall, the way winter keeps seed. A pot hung above a small fire with the sort of quiet simmer that tells you someone has been stirring it periodically while reading. A man with ink on his thumb greeted me and introduced himself as Nikitas, his smile deepening the lines sorrow had once carved and joy had widened since. "If you bring words," he said, "we have time." He took the satchel with his eyes before his hands, the way a host accepts a weary guest. They gathered not by summons but by habit, women with baskets still warm from the oven, men whose palms told the story of leather and wood better than their mouths could, a girl with a plait down her back and a wax tablet tucked under her arm. An older woman arrived last, leaning on a staff that looked like it had been carved from a prayer. Her eyes were bright in a way that could have been anger or clarity or both. She took a place on the low stool near the lamp and adjusted its wick with 2 steady taps, as if she were reminding the evening to behave. "Myra," Nikitas said, in a voice that held a piece of reverence, "who can find a psalm faster than I can find my sandals?" We began as Berea begins, with the scrolls. Nikitas unstoppered a jar, lifted the wrapped skin with the care people reserve for infants and old men, and set it on the table. A boy's hands, very clean, brought lamp and stand. A girl's hands, ink-stained, brought a knife to check the edge, because truth reads better when the knife is honest. We prayed, and the prayer had the weight of benches that have held generations. I untied the satchel and set the letter where the lamp could see it and not scorch it. Grace to you, I said, peace to you, and it sounded less like an opening and more like a lens we had decided to use together. I read slowly. In Berea, slowness is not suspicion, it is love. When I spoke of the one who holds all things together, Myra's chin lifted slightly, as if she were daring the sentence to hold her too. When I spoke of the mystery revealed, the door flung open so the nations could walk through, Nicetas laid a finger along a line of Isaiah, and the room watched the old road meet the new. A weaver named Stephana said softly, "It is the same thread," and no one felt the need to correct him. We paused, the way you pause when you have reached a bend and want to see how the light lies on the next stretch before you step into it. Myra cleared her throat, and the room allowed her to take the next small hill first. When I was younger, she said, and we were all suddenly younger with her, I prayed for something I did not receive. I told God I would wait. I didn't tell him I would wait angrily. She smiled without apology. For years I braided my anger and wore it under my scarf, where I could pat it like a child and keep it fed. Then grief took something else from me and left me with a hand open only because it was empty. In that emptiness I found a hand, not mine, not my anger's, his. She looked at the lamp as if it had made good on a promise. I do not know more now than I did then. I am simply less alone in my not knowing. No one hurried to answer her. Berea lets true sentences find their own chairs. The girl with the plait wrote a single word on her tablet and covered it with her palm the way a bird covers an egg. When I read again, search the scriptures, see whether these things are so, the room leaned forward as one body. We wore no armour, but the word dressed us in attention. When I quoted a psalm, the psalm stood up and introduced itself by its given name. When I read a promise, someone pointed out where it had shaken the doorframe earlier and been welcomed in anyway. Outside, the market's quiet gave way to the evening's quieter. We ate from a clay bowl that carried lentils the way a good story carries a city, generously, not sloppily. Bread circulated, not a grand loaf, only the kind that knows how to be enough. Between bites, questions kept their order. If the Christ is the head, said a leather worker, whose forearms were an argument for patience, what is the ear? He grinned to show he meant no irreverence. The ear, Myra answered before I could, is the poor and the weary, because they are the first to hear and the last to be believed. Keep your ear where his is, and you will not stray far. A scribe named Callias, who had learned to love the sound of arguments and had begun slowly to love the taste of being wrong, asked whether zeal must be loud to be true. Nicetas touched the lamp and said, "Truth does not shout, it glows." I stored the sentence as one stores a flint in a dry pouch. I knew I would need its spark on a dark path later. The girl with the tablet wrote that line and did not cover it. By the second lamp, we turned the page and read the instructions that clothe a soul for ordinary weather. Compassion, kindness, humility. Myra lifted her hands a few inches from her lap, as if to feel the weight of each garment before putting it on. The weaver asked whether truth and kindness could be woven in the same bolt, without one snapping the other. If you beat the weft too hard, Stefan added, you cut the warp. If you don't beat it at all, you weave only air. He had saved us an hour of talking. A young man who smelled faintly of river water and arrogance declared he would master the whole Torah before midsummer. Good, Myra said, and smiled as if she had raised 3 boys just like him. Begin with mercy. If you master that, midsummer will master you. He laughed despite himself, and likelihood snuck through the door behind him. The lamps burned politely lower. A storm practiced its lines somewhere far off, and the plane put its shoulder into a wind that could not be bothered to arrive. We hummed a psalm like a ship hums its timbers when the sea is kind. The older men hummed a line too low for their throats and enjoyed being wrong together. The younger ones discovered the higher part, surprised it had waited just above their reach all this time. We did not sing to make beauty. We sang to let beauty make us. Before we slept, Nikitas brought a small lamp from a shelf, no taller than his heart, and set it on the table. It was plain clay, well made, the sort of lamp that proves itself by how little smoke it makes on a clean white stone. For the road, he said. Our town is famous for listening, not for travelling, but sometimes even Berea must send its love away. Myra cut a twist of rag from the hem of her own old scarf, and rolled it deftly between thumb and forefinger until it became a wick. This one will not boast, she said, and laid it on my palm. It will burn steady and not call attention to itself, like a friend who walks you home and leaves by the back gate. We laid down in the long room, the lamp's small circle rolling toward the wall and back again with the draught. I slept between scrolls that had taught men to stand upright in bad years. In the deep middle of the night, rain arrived with good manners, tapping the eaves to ask permission. I woke with the sense I had been spoken to, and found that I had, not in words, but in the absence of words where fear usually kept its bed. I let the absence lie still. Myra woke too. I could tell by the change in the room's breath, and I heard her whisper a line I knew by heart. In peace I will both lie down and sleep, for you alone make me dwell in safety. She did not say the address aloud. It had been written on the ceiling so long that the ceiling said it back to her. Morning pulled itself over the town like a sweater. We ate quickly, because scrolls read better on a full stomach. After prayer, we did what Berea does best. We checked. I read a line. Nikitas turned a scroll. Myra remembered where the promise had turned a corner long ago, and where it had waited for the sentence to catch up. A boy with impatience to spare held his breath through a dangling clause, and exhaled when the verb finally found its subject. The girl with the tablet looked at the letters of the old tongue with affection, as if they were older cousins who had once fed her soup and now needed help down the stairs. A stranger drifted in, with city dust on his shoulders, and the look of someone who had tried 3 doors before this one. He did not pretend to belong. He stood by the jars, as if ready to leave the wrong room when corrected. Myra greeted him the way a grandmother greets a bird that has flown in through a window by mistake. Hands gentle, tone normal, no sudden motions. He stayed. When I read the line about he who began a good work, the stranger took a step forward, then one back. then finally sat, because his legs believed before his mind did. At midday, I walked through the market with Nikitas, while Myra stayed to teach the girl how to cut a straight wick without making the lamp smoke. Berea's market can be crossed in 8 minutes if you're in a hurry, and in 3 hours if your heart is right. We took the longer time. A honey seller corrected my temptation to call his work easy by showing me his hands, latticed with small, honourable stings. "It is the sweetness that hurts me," he said cheerfully. A potter set a row of new lamps on his table and apologised for the one whose lip had slumped. "It will burn," he said, "but it will drink too fast, like some men I know." He narrowed his eyes at his own joke, and then repented of it by setting the price lower than deserved. We stopped at a bookman's stall, where the smell of reeds and glue and human hope hovered under the awning. He showed me a copy of the 12, the 1,000 small corrections of a patient scribe, like constellations in the margin. "We keep 2 columns," the bookman said. "What was written and what we suspect. It teaches us to love both truth and humility." I loved this city more for that sentence. We ate Jason's figs sitting on a low wall that had not learned to be proud of its age. Nikitas made a face at a fig that had gone over, spat neatly, and thanked the tree anyway. In the afternoon, a rumour passed through town like wind through wheat. Men from Thessalonica, it was said, had arrived in the region with more heat than light, hoping to shut windows they had not opened. Berea did not panic. It checked the latches and poured more tea. "If they come here," Myra said, "we will give them bread first." Bread makes better enemies of men who prefer to argue. She turned the lamp's wick down to a steady thumb of flame. "And if we must run," she added, with the serene practicality that comes from having once lost everything and not died of it, "we will run on paths we have already walked in prayer." Evening collected. The storm that had cleared its throat the night before arrived, respectful but insistent. Nikitas suggested we move the reading to the back room, where the roof held firm. People pressed in with the politeness of those who have known scarcity and do not wish to reproduce it with their elbows. The stranger from morning returned. His shoulders had learnt the posture of staying. The lamps made twins of their flames in the glossy glaze of jugs along the wall. I read the letter's lines about letting peace umpire our hearts, and about songs that teach the inner ear the notes of home. We answered with a hymn that required no range, only sincerity. During the first verse, a child cried that thin, sudden cry that means hunger in the middle of a service. Myra did not sigh. She took the child with the practised theft grandmothers know, pressed a heel of bread into the small hand, and kept time with her other hand on the child's back, 2 birds agreeing to fly the same direction. The cry softened into breaths that matched the lamp's sway. The hymn found its second verse without trying. When the rain spoke up, I stopped, because the rain was saying something we needed to hear. Its voice on the tiles made the room honest. You could feel the town listening to roofs and each other. Who would need a pot under a leak? Who would need a bigger loan of patience in the morning because the night had been a carpenter? In the pause, the young man with river arrogance cleared his throat. "I do not want to love being right more than I love the right," he said, surprising himself. "Teach me to check my heart before I check the scroll." Myra nodded once, severe as a judge, kind as a midwife. "Bring me your questions in writing," she said. and 1 loaf of your best bread. We will share both." When we parted, Nicetas put the lamp into my hands and thumbed the wick. "If you wake on the road at a dim hour," he said, "do not rush to enlarge the flame. Let your eyes learn the small light first. If you can see your feet, you can walk. If you can see the next turn, you can keep your pride. It is in blindness that men think themselves brave." Myra tied a thread around the lamp's handle, a strip of dull gold from a garment long retired. "So it remembers who taught it to behave," she said. She pressed my fingers once, then again, the way you press a seam to teach it to lie flat. I slept by the door. In the dark watch before dawn, the rumour grew into bodies. 3 men at the outer gate, voices too loud for a sleeping town. Jason's troubles had taught us how these stories go. Nicetas woke me with a hand on my shoulder that said urgency without fear. "We will see you to the road," he whispered. "Our friends from Thessalonica love you in their way. We will love you in ours." Myra was already in the courtyard, shawl thrown over her head, lamp blooming a modest sun in her hand. She did not hurry the flame. She held it low and steady, so our feet could find the stones that remembered us. We moved through a back lane that a fig tree had decided to share. The rain had made the earth think briefly of its first softness. Myra led, not quickly, not slowly, setting a pace that made running unnecessary. Somewhere in the front of the town doors were being knocked the way you knock when you don't want answers. You want noise. Here, the only sound was water learning where to gather and where to leave. The stranger from the morning appeared from a shadow, his face plainly relieved to find a task. He took the second lamp from Nicetas and walked behind us, turning every corner into a promise. At the last wall before the fields begin, Myra stopped and lifted the lamp higher just once. "Go with the small light," she said. "It keeps you honest." She looked at the satchel as if it were a child she had raised. "Your burden is your ballast," she added, and the rain agreed by tapping its knuckles on the clay jar beside the gate. She touched my cheek with 2 fingers, a benediction that did not require permission, and then she stepped back into the city that belonged to her courage. We slipped out through a gap the goats had taught the mason, and the fields took us with the tender indifference fields give everyone. The stranger turned to face the town and stood there, lamp steady, as if light were a shield that works best when it does not pretend to be a sword. Nicetas squeezed my arm and whispered the last sentence I would remember from him. "Bring us back what you learn." Berea listens even to the news it wishes were otherwise. Then he left me to the ridge, which had been waiting since the world began to teach men not to panic in the dark. I walked by the little lamp's glow until the sky made its own. The wick behaved the way Myra had promised. It did not try to be a larger thing. It told the stones where to put my feet and refused me the fantasy of seeing far. I found that mercy. Above the hills a pale wash spread, not dramatic enough. Birds began their noisy agreement. I blew the lamp out and the wick gave one last ember, an eye closing, and then only the faint smell of smoke that reminded me of Nicetas' shelf and the psalms that had learned to sit under dust without losing their fire. When I looked back, Berea lay behind me modestly, as if she had no idea she had given me anything. That is Berea's way. She tests everything and holds fast to what is good, and then forgets to brag about it. I touched the lamp's cool clay and slid it into the satchel beside the ribbon from Ephesus and the strip of Lydia's purple. It fit as if it had been waiting. I ate the last of Jason's figs and laughed out loud at their convenience, because laughter belongs on morning roads. By mid-morning, the sun made glory of ordinary things, the blade of grass that insisted on a drop of light, the spider line between two twigs that argued for the existence of miracles, the far shimmer of a city that would ask me for a different kind of courage. The road to Athens unrolled like a question that knows its answer but loves the asking. I set my pace to the lamp I could no longer see, and found I could still feel its rule inside me. Small light, steady hand, checked heart, long road. I came down out of the hills with the small lamp from Berea wrapped in cloth, though morning had already lit the stones. Olive trees took turns giving shade and sun, and a breeze that smelled of thyme slipped along the road and then forgot to leave. I could see Athens long before I reached her. Limestone slopes shouldering the city, bright stones set on darker rock, the way a thought sets itself inside another thought. Columns held up pieces of sky. I felt the satchel against my side, and the old steadiness that rose whenever my hand found the tie. The last mile wound through groves, where the ground wore a skin of olive leaves. Workers shook branches into cloths, and laughed when the stubborn fruit refused to drop, then laughed again when it surrendered. A boy with dust on his knees kicked a pine cone and ran to keep it between the ruts of the road. He asked where I was going without using words. I pointed with my chin toward the city, and he nodded like a host who has decided you may enter and he will not charge you. Athens receives a person in layers. First the noise of attention, artisan hammers tapping soft code into bronze and wood, sandals on stone, a cartwheel that knows just when to complain. Then the smell, sharp and clean, wet marble and crushed mint near doorways, smoke that has never hurried. And then sight, too much of it at first. Eyes needing to learn the measure of white on white, shadow in stucco lines, statues that do not breathe and yet tell you in their stillness what lives beneath the city. I stepped into it with the practiced smallness I had learned on roads where beauty can knock a man off his feet. I found a room by asking the kind of question that makes people remember their better selves. A woman in a worn blue cloak sent me to a potter near the lower hill, who had a spare bed and a wife kinder than he knew how to describe. His courtyard smelled of damp clay and rosemary. Wheels waited like patient animals. He gave me the corner where a wall had learned to be generous, and said I could pay by sweeping shavings, and telling them a story from another town while the kiln cooled. It was a bargain I was glad to make. I set the satchel where I could touch it in the night without opening my eyes. In the afternoon, I went to the marketplace and watched the city say its prayers with trade. The stoa made a long shade where argument fits well. Men in pale cloaks kept company with their own thoughts, and then offered those thoughts to anyone who might polish them. An old man with a voice like worn cedar used words that fitted one another as if they had been carved to match. A younger man countered with talk about the gods as if he had grown up in a bakery and believed the world could be measured by loaf and coin and a warm room. They were more polite than the streets of some places I know, and less patient than the rooms of others. I did not hurry to speak. I watched, learned the shape of their questions, and let the square teach my feet the paths others had worn smooth. When a merchant asked what I carried, nodding at the satchel the way men of business know the worth of bundles, I told him it was letters. He looked pleased, as if I had revealed a moderate secret. When a student asked what kind of letters, I said they were letters about a person and not only ideas. This made him squint and lean in, as if I had used a word that refused to stay on the table. There was an altar along the way where the wind had swept the dust clean. Its carved words named an unknown god. The stone faced the world with a sort of humility, ready to give up its ignorance at any moment, and yet not embarrassed by it. I stood there a long time. A child traced the letters with a stick, and then grew shy when he realized I noticed. An old woman placed a sprig of bay at the piece and went away without asking anything in return. The altar looked like an open question that had not yet learned to fear answers. Toward evening, I climbed a small hill to watch the city take breath between day and night. Marble steps remembered thousands of sandals, and a brief rain polished them into mirrors. Columns looked like old ribs, strong and kind. Conversations drifted up to me in thin threads, as if the city had loosened its hair. I thought about Paul in this place, his simple certainty given without swagger, and prayed to be given the same, the kind that waits its turn and arrives on time. I asked for a boldness that would not bruise. Wind lifted the edge of my cloak and set it down again like a mother tucking a child. Back in the potter's courtyard, the kiln glowed like a quiet sun, and the air tasted faintly of smoke and wet earth. The potter's wife, whose name was Thalia, set bread and a dish of olives on a low table that had learned to hold more than it appeared to. Her husband, Menexenos, listened with his head bent while I told him about Ephesus, and the room that smelled of dye and prayer, of Colossae, and the slow miracle at Philemon's gate, of Laodicea, and the door that opened before anyone knocked, of Philippi, and songs that did not need flint to spark. He nodded at each city as if he knew their cousins. He asked few questions. The ones he asked had the weight of somebody who makes forms that hold water and does not wish to waste clay. The next day I returned to the square and stood within reach of those who liked to argue for sport. Some invited me to speak at once, because novelty has its own market. Others looked at me sideways to see which stall I meant to open. I gave them no stall. I told a story. I told it in the manner Berea had taught me, slow enough for the honest to follow, clear enough for the proud to decide they were not interested. I told of a maker who does not live in stone mouths, of breath that filled dust and still does, of a patience that has forbearance with our groping. I named the unknown God as the known one, and I did it without showing my fist. I told them about a day set on a calendar not marked in Athens, about a man raised when all expected the end to be a full stop. I did not trample their shrines. I offered them a window. Some laughed, not cruelly, only because laughter arrives early where fear does not wish to be seen. Some said they would hear me again, which is more courage than men admit. A woman lingered at the edge, her eyes not insulted by my words. Her mouth set the way mouths are set when people have learned to keep their dignity when nothing else is sure. Later they told me her name, and I carried it like a small bird on my palm. Nearby, a man whose cloak cost more than my satchel had his eyes on his sandals in the honest look of those who are not sure whether their whole life has been pointed toward the right hill. He spoke only once, but the once was enough to set his feet. I made no speeches after that. I sat where questions grew dense and answered the single next truth I could give. I learnt the names of vendors whose goods were not for kings, the fig seller who chose fruit like a careful judge, the broom maker who cut bristles with an eye that measured fairness, the baker who sprinkled sesame as if blessing. I kept company with a stone cutter who was tired of cutting faces he would never meet, and with him I watched the way rain finds its own path down a cheek upon which sun will never fall. He told me the city likes to name things that do not speak, then looked embarrassed that he had said so. I told him about a God who speaks first and gives the names that hold. On the Sabbath, I went to the synagogue and used the old prayers like hinges, letting the door open into a room I had known since childhood. A scroll was unrolled, and I let my eyes carry the lines while my mouth carried the old faithfulness. Afterward, an elder asked, without hostility, what news I brought. I said that the promises we loved did not die on the road. They had reached their house, and in that house there was room for nations who had never been invited to dinner. He looked at my hands as if he had expected to see a sword there or a trick. He saw neither. That was enough for the first day. Evening fell with drama, and then forgot itself. I climbed again to the low hill, the one that turns men into silhouettes against the sky that has too much to say. A boy had fallen asleep on his father's shoulder, a bundle of linen and knees. A stray dog lay near a column base and lacked the energy to chase its own sleep. I watched the city light its lamps, each a small confession that darkness cannot be commanded by cleverness. I took the lamp from Berea from the satchel and set it by my knees and let it burn a small truth inside all that stone. I did not enlarge the flame, it did its work. I stayed in Athens longer than I meant to. The city has a way of asking for more of your time and then paying for it, not in coin, but in the lessons of attention. I learned which steps of the theatre still hold the day's warmth at midnight. I learned at which hour the old men fold their arguments away and begin to talk about their grandchildren. I learned how to speak of God without scolding a city that has spent centuries carving its questions into stone. The potter taught me how a vessel says enough when the fingers have said too much. He put my hands on clay and let me feel the moment when pressure must become kindness, or everything folds in. News from the harbour loped through the city like a stray. Some men from elsewhere had come to stir old troubles with new words. I smiled at the predictability of it. Athens has a way of testing visitors. I resolved to keep my compass and not let my anxiety into my sentences. When I did speak again on the hill to those who had asked for a second hearing, I told them about repentance in a tone that did not accuse. "It is a turning of the head," I said, "so you are finally looking at what has been looking at you since your first breath." I told them you can turn without breaking your neck. Some laughed, a few turned. One rain came hard and sudden, the sort that chooses 1 hour out of 7 days and makes its case. Marble ran with water and became a river that went nowhere. I stood under a colonnade with half the city. We were all in the same narrow place, philosophers and fish sellers, bankers and girls with baskets. The shared roof made us equal. A man who sells words for a living handed a fig to a woman who sells bread, and I saw that shame and pride are sometimes only weather that a shared storm can change. When the shower forgot itself and left, the square changed its tone. People had seen each other human a moment and could not quite resume their masks. One night, Menexenos turned a cup in his hands and told me his brother had carved gods with great skill for 20 years and had never once felt that the finished piece was finished. He said his brother drank now when he worked and when he did not work, and that neither changed the feeling that his hands were the wrong shape for the answer. I told him a quiet thing. The God who made hands can teach them to be less lonely. It was not a promise about work, and it was not a trick about belief. It was a door I had seen open in other rooms. Menexenos nodded slowly, as if waking to a voice he had heard only in dreams. There were scoffers. There always are. Some were kind enough to scoff, only with their eyes, so that the children would not learn to be rude. One man demanded a proof big enough to fit the steps of the temple. I told him God had left most proofs small enough to sit in your palm. A grape, a good word, a night of sleep after you have made peace, a door that opens from the inside on a day you did not earn it. He laughed because he wanted a larger currency. Later I saw him stroke the head of a dog that had laid its chin on his knee, and his hand looked like a proof he had not counted. A woman who listened from shadows came to the potter's courtyard on a day when the kiln was hot. She stood with her arms folded and then unfolded them and asked me to say again the part about the days appointed and the nearness of the one in whom we live. She said it quickly, like someone catching a thing that has flown through the door and might choose to fly out again. We sat on stones that had collected the sun. I said it again, and then we said nothing for a long time. When she left, she placed her fingers on the lip of the water jar and smiled without showing teeth. When someone later said her name in a list of names who had chosen to walk, it sounded like a line drawn in water that the water remembers. In another corner of the city, a man whose household had always been on the side of the strong asked with the politeness of a man who knows his own influence what he must give up if he were to take such steps. I told him his self-importance, and then, because he was not a fool, I told him I had not meant to be clever. He laughed, then stopped himself from being offended. He came back 2 days later with company and brought questions that were not weapons. We spoke until the lamps went to ash. I saw his shoulders drop twice, and then once more the third time, which is often the way with strong men. The third loosening is the honest one. Nights ended the way they should end, with the sound of brooms and the smell of baking, with fig sellers counting up and finding they had miscounted earlier in their favour and deciding to put the odd fruit where a child would discover it. I walked the lanes with the Berean lamp hidden under my cloak, where wind could not tease it. I did not always light it. Some nights, even Athens taught me that small lights stay alive longer when you trust the dark a little. The day came when I knew it was time to leave. Another town waited with its market and its tempers and its love. I went to the hill once more at first light. Dew peppered the stone, the sort of dew that insists you are alive even when you feel like an idea that has become tired. I spoke a blessing over the city, not loud, not long. Strength without cruelty, wisdom without mockery, a hunger for truth that does not starve the poor. I asked that the unknown would become known, not by magic, only by mercy. At the potter's, Thalia wrapped bread for the road and put in a handful of dried figs without saying she had. Menexenos pressed into my hand a small bowl he had thrown the night before. not perfect, honest. He said to keep it where I could see the curve that did not try to be a straight line, and to remember that clay gets its life in the fire. I placed the bowl in the satchel beside Lydia's thread, and Ephesus blue and Berea's lamp. It fit as if it had been waiting for that exact family. I walked out by the gate where goats argue with children, and neither holds grudges. Athens was at my back, white stone and sound, the smell of citrus peels and rain-soaked steps, the altar with its confession, the hill where arguments had learned to listen. Some had scoffed, some had leaned in. A few now carried a new word, like a coal from an old fire. I did not count, because counting was never my task. I carried the satchel, and the lamp, and the small bowl, and the quiet, and I let the road take me toward the city that stitches canvas and argument into tents that can survive weather. The morning lifted. My feet knew the pace. My heart knew again that it is one thing to argue and another to love, and that love changes cities more often than arguments do. The isthmus drew the sea close on both sides, so that wind learned to change its mind with every turn. I came down into Corinth with salt from 2 directions on my tongue, and dust from the road reminding my sandals that cities are always built on the patience of those who arrive on foot. To my left, carts strained a small hole across the ancient stone track toward the other water, as if the land itself were a hand lifting a cup. To my right, masts showed and vanished like thoughts trying to become convictions. The city's voice was a woven thing, hammer on bronze, argument under colonnade, laughter that had not asked permission, rope on wood, coins counting themselves. I touched the satchel where it rode, and felt beneath leather and ribbon the steadiness that comes when your errand is older than you are. I asked a broom seller for Aquila and Priscilla, and she spat olive pit and pointed with the broom itself. The tent makers, she said, whose seams hold water out and friendship in. The lane narrowed and then opened onto a courtyard where goat hair hung in dull rivers, and the air smelled of oil, leather, and the clean dust of shaved wood. Awls sat in a row like patient birds. A frame loom leaned against the wall, as if it had learned to nap between songs. A woman with strong hands and eyes that remembered jokes even when she was serious looked up from a line of stitches and smiled as if we had been expected since last summer. "Welcome," she said. "I'm a Priscilla." A man turned from the cutting bench, wiping his palms on a cloth. Aquila's face held Rome and Rhodes, and a soft stubbornness that had kept him alive through both. He saw the satchel before I could hide it. "Good," he said simply. Then we'll make space." Neos. They listened to my news the way craftsmen listen, with their hands still working. Aquila measured the width of a panel with a span he had used since boyhood. Priscilla tied off a thread with a knot that would outlive our grandchildren. They asked small questions that opened to larger ones. How was the house in Ephesus smelling of dye and bread? Did the forgiveness at Philemon's door hold in the daylight? Did Laodicea learn to receive as well as count? I gave them their answers in the order my heart had kept them. When I spoke of Berea and the lamp, Priscilla touched her chest lightly, as if a remembered psalm still lived under the ribs. "Today canvas," Aquila said, "and tonight words." He put a knife in my hand and taught me where to cut the haircloth so it wouldn't warp in the first hard wind. Not with the grain, not against, he said, on the quiet angle that makes the cloth behave. Truth is like that. Press too hard here, it tears. Too little there, and the rain will come in and pretend it is your friend. He drew a line and I followed. My cut wobbled. He let it wobble, then took my hand and steadied the second cut with his touch. A seam can hide mistakes, he said, but better to teach the hand before the error grows proud. They told me how the city had received the words, some with the relief of thirsty throats finally meeting water, some with a grin that covered uncertainty, some with offended eyebrows. He grinned. Corinth likes novelty. We are not novelty. Priscilla smiled at him. Love is always new, she said. It just refuses to look fashionable. People came and went from the doorway as we worked. A girl brought dates, and without looking, set two beside the satchel, as if letters and fruit belonged beside one another. A slender man with ink on his cuff stood in the shade, listening with half an ear and making notes with half a mind. An older woman paused long enough to say, "Tell them at the gathering to start on time and to finish earlier," and kept walking with the invincible energy of matriarchs. A boy darted in to return an awl he had borrowed on purpose, a phrase Priscilla received with a straight face and a raised eyebrow that promised future honesty. By evening, the workshop had found its second life, the one under lamplights, when the noise of the harbours softened to a hum and words could hear themselves. We cleared the bench, pushed the haircloth aside, and set the Berean lamp in the place of honour where no draught could bully it. The little potter's bowl from Athens held a thumb of oil that shone like a modest coin. Priscilla tapped the wick until it learned the quiet size of its task. Neighbours slipped in by twos and threes, travelling light, bread, a handful of figs, the day's weariness, a question, an apology, sometimes a new song with only one verse tested. Aquila offered his bench to a man whose back complained. A young woman with a voice like a good string takes tension sat near the door and lined up sandals that had drifted into conversation. I set the satchel down where the lamp could read over my shoulder and drew out the page. It felt right to begin with thanks. Words from the heart of a man who could still see a church's future under its present elbowing. Grace and peace to you. I said it aloud, and the room seemed to turn its face to the sound, as a field turns toward rain. I told them the letter remembered their gifts, their knowledge, their eager waiting, and then I did not flinch from the next line. Chloe's people, I said, have told of quarrels. I follow this one. I follow that. I did not name the names. The room already knew them. Priscilla lifted her palm, and the boasting in it slid off like water. We named our trouble in the ordinary way that lets the trouble be smaller than the one we love. A man who made hinges confessed he liked to hear himself swing more than he liked to steady a door. A wool broker admitted he had said "my church" last week, and felt admiration for his own generosity when he meant ours. A woman who stitched borders on tunics said she avoided a sister who prayed with too much certainty. The sister smiled and let the kindness of the confession heal half the wound. Aquila leaned forward. "We will practice a trick," he said. "For a week, no sentences that start with I and then a name of a teacher. Try we first, then the Lord's name, and see if the grammar of heaven will accept it." We read on, gentling the hard parts with honesty. The meal of the Lord, how it had become a map of the city's class and hurry. How the early arrivers ate as if scarcity had never owned them, and the late ones arrived to crumbs. Priscilla stood then, apron on, hair looped in the workwoman's knot, and gave us an object lesson. We will eat, she said, and we will wait, and we will make the bread teach us. The richer households put their baskets down first. She took bread from a merchant and placed it by a day labourer's hand. You carried stone, she said. Eat first. She took olives from the widow, whose store had no margin, and set them in a shared bowl. You brought the sweetest gift. No one argued. By the time we blessed the food, everyone had shared something, and nobody knew whose it was anymore, which is the proper flavour of the meal. We spoke of conscience in the market, of meat that passed through a shrine and came out cheaper, and whether love could afford it. Aquila told a short story without pointing at the ending. This morning, he said, I walked by the eastern stalls. I could have bought the better cut at the lower coin. A new brother was there, one who had spent half his life on his knees, where fear pretends to be holiness. I chose the bread and beans and left the meat where it lay, not because stone gods change clay into curses, because his heart is tender, and I want it to stay alive. Love may eat less so that another can sleep more. The room nodded. Tomorrow we would eat beans on purpose and feel strong. A young man with more zeal than ballast prayed in a stream that lifted the hair on our arms. His words ran ahead of our understanding and made some of us feel outside the room where we had been sitting the whole time. Priscilla touched his sleeve when he ran out of breath and smiled without scolding. I know that river, she said. Next time, bring a cup for us. He flushed hard, then laughed and asked if he could try again with 2 sentences and a pause between. And if any of you understand his river's course, she added, say what you hear in plain words. The second prayer found our feet. Someone named a simple truth the first had carried but not set down. The river kept running. Now it watered us. When it was time, we unrolled the part everyone thinks they have memorized and then realizes they have only rehearsed. The hymn to love. I did not recite. I told stories and asked the room to recognize the line when it passed. Love is patient. Priscilla letting a poor seam go until the 3rd lesson took. Love is kind. Aquila carrying barrels for a man who had haggled him into a loss last month, and doing it with a joke instead of a ledger in his eyes. Love does not envy. 2 women celebrating the beauty of the same child without competing to own the smile. Love does not boast. The merchant who set coin in a widow's palm from behind, so that when she turned to thank, there was only the Lord to lift her face toward. Love is not rude, the way we will teach boys to say, after you, with their bodies in the market crowd. Love does not insist on its own way. The eloquent one leaving room in a sentence for the quiet one to add a better word. Love is not easily angered. The sailor who walked away from insult with a hymn under his breath and a hand at his own mouth to keep the singing from becoming victory. Love keeps no ledger of wrongs. Men who were cheated last season not telling the story again this season so that it will finally die. Love bears, believes, hopes, endures. The widow who still sets 2 cups at her table until the Lord chooses the second guest. We laughed in recognition and then quieted because the recognition was instruction. Aquila proposed a practice, and the room volunteered at once, as if it had been thinking the same thought, and was only waiting for someone to say it aloud. "Tonight," he said, "write one name inside your ribs. Tomorrow, look for a labour that would make that name's day repent of its fear." We went around the room naming names softly. An apprentice with clumsy hands, a gatekeeper with a sour face, a neighbour who had spoken badly about us, a wife who wanted to be asked about her childhood, a father who wanted to be forgiven for not knowing how. I wrote a name on the inside of my palm and pressed it there until the letters felt true. The days in Corinth braided work and worship until the two learned to walk without tripping one another. I rose early and cut panels with Aquila, my knife beginning to learn the quiet angle. We stitched by the long light, and when the harbour wind kicked up, we hoisted canvas on a rack and let it argue with the gusts, while Aquila watched for mischief. "You do not know a seam," he said, "until weather has spoken to it." There was a man whose workbench faced ours across the lane, a metal worker with shoulders that made hammers jealous. He came by when the cloth snapped like a warning and shook his head. "You'll lose that corner," he said. We lost that corner. Aquila laughed and taught me how to listen to wind earlier. The metal worker brought wine and stayed for the hymn that night. There are evangelists and there are gusts. Use both. On the third day, I followed Priscilla to the market to buy cordage. A woman at a stall offered a coil at a price too good and a look too eager. Priscilla picked up the rope and held it like a child, checking its twist, letting it talk to her hands. "It will fail in a storm," she said, and set it down gently, the same way you return a baby you cannot keep. Then she bought a simpler coil at a fairer price from an old man with eyes that had seen ships cry. "Storms are coming," she said on the way home. "Not for nothing, storms are teachers, but we will choose cord that honours them." I looked at the satchel. I knew which cord it already wore. We gathered most evenings. The room learnt the sound of repentance, offered without drama. A tradesman admitted he had sued a brother over a fence. The fence stood already, but the hurt still asked to be admired. He asked pardon, no speech, only a handshake that lasted long enough to become a promise. We read the image of the one body and its many parts. A boy had cut his finger on a splintered peg that afternoon. Priscilla held up the bandaged hand. "This small thing's complaint changed the walk of the whole day," she said. We laughed. When one part suffers, we all remember where the oil is kept. On the fourth night, a traveller with Alexandria in his vows came. An eloquent man whose sentences could hold a room with a single polished clause. He listened first, a mercy, and then spoke. His teaching was like the brass work in the market, bright but not brittle. Priscilla lifted a question, and he shaped his next sentence around it like cloth around a pole. A beautiful moment to watch. Giftedness, learning, obedience, mid-syllable. After the gathering, she and Aquila spoke with him quietly, not to correct a core, only to tighten knots no one else had seen. He left lighter. "He will help many," Aquila said, now that his words know where to place their weight. There were hard hours. The temple on the height sent its violet laughter down the alleys, and men let themselves be purchased by it. We buried one who had loved himself too little and did not live to learn better. We did not speak long over his body. We carried him with psalms and promised one another to be less elegant about our sorrows. We visited the brother who had grown proud of his sin and told him he was outside now until he remembered the door. We wept while we were strict and fed him bread at the threshold each day, so he would not confuse love with abandonment. A month later he came through the door thinner and clear-eyed. The room did not clap, it breathed. Work went on. A courier from the west brought news of a famine in a place we loved. Priscilla made a jar for coins and set it at ankle level so we would not congratulate ourselves for giving. Generosity learned to stoop. Children were sent with small cups to pour into it, and they came back radiant with the dignity of their own offering. Aquila added 2 strong pegs to the jar's crate so it would not topple when the floor pitched in laughter. Sometimes the sea taught us sermons. A squall rolled in fast from Lycaon and shoved 2 boats into one another, hard enough to make men remember vows they'd forgotten. I found myself at the quay beside a man whose temper wore a sword. We both saw it about to happen. 1 handful of seconds between insult and wound. I heard Nico's humming in my memory and tried it. It sounded foolish in my throat. I set my hand flat on a wet beam and said, as if I were remarking on the weather, "We will not make the harbour red." The words were boring enough to work. Someone laughed, surprised at boredom saving a life, and the men found their balance. Later one of them came to the workshop with a bag of nails and a shy thank you. Aquila traded him for rope. We told no one. At the mill one night, a young woman stood trembling to speak, hair braided, hands unsteady. Her father hovered near, like a man near a flock that is discovering wings. She said she had a word she believed was from the Lord, but wanted to make sure it was not from her fear. The room made itself ready the way a hand opens to receive light. She spoke. Not thunder, not a riddle, only a sentence clean enough to drink. Wait for one another, and while you wait, guard the small doors where jealousy comes in. Priscilla smiled as if a granddaughter had done something brave. Aquila whispered, "Amen," like a man who recognizes his own house in a story. We weighed it against the letter and found it the same fabric. On the last afternoon of my stay, we stitched a shelter for a teacher who would walk where the dust was unkind. Aquila let me do the long seam. Priscilla handed me Lydia's purple thread and said, "Marry it to your blue." I looked at her. "The world should know these 2 have met," she said. We set the Berean lamp near my elbow, even though it was daylight. Its unlit presence kept my pace honest. The potter's bowl held oil for the awls. The seam ran like a small river between the colours, and for once my hands did what my heart had intended. When we lifted the finished tent, the cloth sagged where it should and held where it had to. "It will live," Aquila said, which is how craftsmen bless. Night, the last. We read the closing lines, the ones about standing firm, about doing everything in love, about watching for one another like sentries on a wall that protects not pride but joy. We named our practice for the morrow. A woman promised to visit the gatekeeper with the sour face. "Sour comes from old fear," she said. A boy vowed to carry water to the old man who sells rope and to ask him for a story without hurrying him. The eloquent traveller said he would listen to a woman's counsel before he taught, and would say so from the front. The fisherman would sell fairly at first light and not correct a customer who undercounted in his favour. The metalworker promised to admire another man's hinge out loud. I said I would find the man whose hand had reached for his sword on the key and offer to mend his net without charge. The room nodded, as if writing these pledges on the doorposts. We prayed, not long, not small. The lamp's flame trimmed itself, as if in agreement. Priscilla came to me with a strap she had cut from a piece of good leather. "Your satchel has miles still in it," she said. "Let it ride your shoulder without biting." A killer pressed an awl into my palm, one that fit there as if I had owned it since childhood. "For ropes that need holes," he said, "and for the hard places where love must make a way," he grinned, "alls teach patience. They do one honest thing over and over until the whole holds." We slept a few hours. Dawn made a pale argument for beginning. At the door, the city smelled of oranges bruised in the night, and the sea thinking about the storm it might save for someone else. Priscilla tied a small roll of haircloth to the satchel's side. "For patches," she smiled, "or for gifts." Aquila laid his hand on the satchel, and then on my shoulder. That old chain of blessing that starts somewhere we cannot see. They walked me to the lane. The harbour to the east, Sentry, borrowed pink from the first light and pretended it had invented it. A woman with goods bound for a ship had already set her jaw to the day. A man yawned so wide his prayer slipped out unobserved. We stood there, ordinary and not, the way people look when love has done its work for a while and knows it must let go so that the work can travel. "Tell him," Priscilla said quietly, meaning our friend whose chains taught them all to sing, "that the love he wrote to us learned to cook and sew and count and forgive and wait. Tell him it is not a poem on the wall. It is our hands," Aquila added. "Tell him we argued less this month and worked more. He will like that to hear." He looked amused at himself. "Tell him I am learning to be wrong sooner." I promised, because promising was the only grammar my heart allowed. We did not embrace long. Farewells fall apart if you make them heavy. I stepped toward the road, where carts obey the authority of wheels and prayers, and they turned back toward the workshop, where a panel waited to be cut on the quiet angle. The satchel found its new strap. The awl warmed to my palm. The purple thread caught the light once and hid itself like a secret meant to be discovered by weather and time. On the way down to the harbour, I passed a man whose face I knew from the quarrel by the boats. He recognised me and lifted his hand, then dropped it, as if the day had decided to be gentle after all. I promised him the net mending later, if the ship allowed. At the water, gulls rehearsed their old thefts, and a boy practised throwing a line farther than yesterday. I stood for a breath and looked back. Corinth did not try to be smaller to make my leaving easier. She kept her full height, and her two C's, and her trouble, and her joy. The workshop door was too far to see, but I pictured the lamp being trimmed, the awls on their cloth, the second bench pulled out to make room for one more face tonight. I set my foot on the plank and felt the boat answer with its low greeting. The satchel tapped my ribs with the old rhythm. Under the leather, words waited that would teach the next room to become a home. Over the leather, two threads, blue and purple, ran alongside each other like rivers happy to share the valley. The wind lifted, remembering the isthmus. The morning practiced its kindness. I carried with me the simplest secret Corinth had taught me again, that love is patient not because it is weak, but because it is strong enough to arrive on time and remain until the work is finished. The captain brought us to the stone track at Cenchreae before the sun had decided what kind of day it wished to become. Men with shoulders like door lintels crouched under the hull, then stepped and set her on rollers. The ship lifted, and the land gave a quiet groan that sounded older than the road itself. We crossed the neck of earth that keeps two seas from quarrelling, the wheels whispering over ancient grooves, the goat hair of newly stitched canvas muttering against itself in the early breeze. I walked beside the keel, with my palm on the wood and the satchel on my ribs, and it felt for a moment as if I was leading a very large animal to a pool. On the western water, the wind was a different person. Salt came from another direction. The waves moved with a heavier mind. Gulls wrote quick lines in the air, and then erased them. We pushed off, and the hull remembered how to answer a sea that asks long questions. The captain looked once at the sky, trusted the look, and set us on a line that used islands as commas. I kept the Berean lamp wrapped in its cloth, and near my knees even in daylight, the way you keep a friend close because you like the sound of breathing together. The Ionian was kind. Rain came out of a small cloud and then changed its mind, like a child deciding not to cry. It left a fine skin of water on the deck that smelled like iron and fennel. A woman with a basket of lemons set 3 near the mast, where anyone could choose one without having to ask. And by noon, all 3 had been chosen by people who pretended not to need them. I took one, and the pith under my nail reminded me to be careful with words. At dusk, we saw a strip of the Italian coast turn from grey to green. The harbour drew us toward its posts with the old gravity that wood and rope share. Brundisium is a city that knows the taste of new arrivals. Its stones have learned not to complain when thousands of feet practice hope on them. A boy with a braided cord at his wrist sang to the line while we made fast, and the captain allowed himself a satisfied breath that he disguised as a cough. I slept on a mat in a loft near barrels that had learned patience in the dark. Night offered the steady conversation of ropes and rats, rain that started and stopped as if it were trying to remember the words to a song. I dreamt I was counting milestones with my fingers, and that each one became a small loaf when I touched it. In the morning, I opened the satchel to make sure the gifts tucked inside were exactly where I had left them. Lydia's purse pressed a gentle curve against the leather. The small bowl from the potter waited with its honest lip. The Berean lamp lay obedient and quiet. The new strap Aquila had cut sat where the old one used to bite. The awl lay along the spine like a tool that tells the truth about roads. On the Appian Way, the stones keep their manners even in bad weather. The road is a long sentence, and the punctuation depends on your steps. I started after the dew lifted, the satchel's weight setting the rhythm, the purple and blue threads along the strap blinking now and then like friendly eyes. Wagons passed with their axles humming a low note. Donkeys stamped at puddles and decided to accept them. Soldiers in 2s and 3s preferred silence to chatter and nodded when I made room without fuss. I ate bread with a man whose trade was salt, and whose laugh had learned to arrive late and then stay. We spoke a little of cities and a lot of weather. At Tarentum, I read quietly in the corner of a bakery, while my cloak shed rain on a peg, and steam made the windows honest. A woman asked what sort of page deserved a lamp in daylight. I told her the kind that insists on entering a room with its own sun. She did not argue. She set a crust at my elbow and said that bread and words share yeast when they are made properly. We traded thanks without ceremony. When the rain softened, I went on. The Pontine marshes taught me patience I had already promised to learn. A canal boat moved beside the road, with mules plodding along the towpath. The mule boy sang something that could have been a work song or a riddle. Mosquitoes announced their opinions and then forgot to bite because the wind picked up. I walked more slowly than I could have. I thought of Nico and his vow, short steps until the heart remembers. I counted clouds as if they were debts being forgiven one by one. At Appii Forum, mercantile argument met canal fatigue, and you could feel the mixture rising like dough. A group of believers found me before I had found water. They had been told by someone who had been told by someone that a courier was coming on foot with stories in his bag. They brought dates that had been hidden from children, and olive oil that had been hidden from the weather. I washed my face, and the world took a step back, so I could see it better. We stood under an awning where a carpenter had taken pains with joints no casual eye would ever admire, and I gave them a small reading to fit the hour. Grace to you, peace to you. They repeated the second word, then the first, and then both together. The owner of the awning folded his arms and pretended he had no interest in scripture. A gust lifted the edge of his awning, and he reached up to hold it. Humility visits craftsmen in many disguises. Between Appii Forum and Tres Tabernae, Rain decided to be a teacher. It came steady enough to convince us to listen, not violent enough to scatter us. I walked beside a wagon carrying Amphra Eich, whose driver balanced his need for speed with his love for intact jars. He told me about his daughter who had outgrown her shoes twice in 1 year and had opinions about the colour of the new pair. I told him about a boy in Thessalonica who had learned to hum instead of shout, and he laughed and tried it. When the rain eased, he discovered it had made the ruts friendlier. At Tres Tabernae, we were met by those who had watched the road and learned to recognise good news by its gate. They did not praise me, which was kind. They praised God for the way a satchel looks after a long flight of miles. They asked for news of Lydia and the people at the river, of the old men in Berea who could find verses sleeping in jars, of the lovers of argument in Athens who had begun to learn to listen, of the tent makers whose seams were as faithful as their marriage. I gave them names and faces with the words, because names and faces are the true currency of trust. For 2 nights, I slept in small rooms with low ceilings that taught a tall dream how to bend without breaking. I read to a widow who remembered Thessalonica when she was a girl, and who had the habit of tapping the table twice when a truth arrived, as if welcoming a friend at the door. I prayed with a baker who feared the price of wheat more than he feared robbers, and who did not know that his fear made the whole street short of breath. I listened to a mother teach her son to tie his sandals with the patience of people who know that every knot is a small covenant. When Rome drew near, the milestones lost their interest in telling me numbers and started to tell me stories instead. The road thickened with carts and the announcements of arrivals. The smell turned from field to brick, from thyme to iron, from goats to smoke that knows the shape of rooftops. I felt the old shiver, not of fear, only of all the threads drawing toward the same loom. The satchel sat lighter and heavier at once. I kept my pace and did not let eagerness turn me into a runner at the end of a long race. At the edge of the city, a girl sold laurel sprigs and wore one herself, wreath slightly askew, like a question that would never be answered. I bought one and set it over the satchel, so that the leaves brushed the purple and blue threads, like cousins greeting in the street. I passed the mile where the air begins to gather prayers with the smoke. I bought 2 small fish and gave one to a boy who had been watching me choose, then watched his mother correct his manners with a look and then soften because the fish was clean and he was hungry. I could have gone to the house at once. Instead, I walked the neighbourhood the way you walk a field before harvest. Familiar doors had become more familiar. The brassy shout of the bathhouse kept its place. A woman swept her stoop with strokes that had learned a rhythm from psalms. A guard leaned in the shadow and pretended not to. I stood below a window I knew, the one that lets lamplight lick the underside of a shutter, in a way that made me think of a tongue learning to speak truth. Night arrived with a courtesy it had learned from rain. I went up the steps that remember every foot, if not every name. The guard at the corner swallowed his cough so as not to interrupt. My own breath felt like someone else's, a thing I was responsible for, but had been given as a gift. I touched the laurel, then the leather, then the new strap, then the awl, then the lamp through its cloth. A little inventory that had nothing to do with counting and everything to do with Thanksgiving. At the door I paused because memory deserved it. I thought of Ephesus and a room that smelled of dye and bread and a cat that had learned to say amen by sleeping. I thought of Colossae and a gate where 2 men had named each other brother while telling the truth about the harm. I thought of Laodicea's door that opened before anyone knocked. I thought of Philippi's song that did not make a show of joy. I thought of Thessalonica's market that had learned not to poison food with quarrels. I thought of Berea's lamp and the small light that keeps you honest. I thought of Athens and the altar that confessed its own ignorance without shame. I thought of Corinth and the seam where purple and blue learned to share a straight line. I thought of the first night in this city when a candle bent toward a man in chains and changed my understanding of weight. I breathed once more, the kind of breath you take when you know you will remember it. Then I knocked. The sound was the same as before, knuckles on wood, 4 small notes asking permission. Feet moved in the corridor with the quiet of people who have watched and prayed their way through many evenings, and have learned how to cover joy with calm, so it does not startle the watchful. The door opened in the careful, grateful way that doors open when they are a mouth and not a wall. The room was as I had left it, and new because I had returned to it changed. The same clay dish held the candle. The same little lake of light pooled on the table. The same shadow stood patiently in the corner, like a servant waiting for instructions. The smell was olive and parchment, and a gentleness that did not belong to furniture. He stood with the chains speaking their known language, one small chime, then another. He raised his hand, and the room remembered that hands are for blessing and work, and nothing lesser. He said my name, and that was the first gift. I set the satchel on the table, and the lever made it sigh, not tired, ready. He waited while I untied the knot, as if he knew that opening something slow can be a kind of praise. I took out the purse, and the bowl, and the lamp, and the strap that had already proven its goodness, and the awl that knows how to make a way through hard places. I told the stories that travelled with them. I placed Lydia's coin into his palm and saw how the weight of generosity sits differently in the hand than any other weight. I set the potter's bowl where he could see the curve that refuses to pretend to be a straight line, and he smiled as if he had known that curve in his own ribs for years. I put the lamp near the candle and did not light it, and the two looked like cousins who had agreed not to argue about who should speak first. I touched the strap and laughed at the memory of the old one's bite. I lifted the awl and felt his eyes turn toward it, the way a carpenter looks at a tool and sees a parable. Then I told him everything I could without losing the thread. I told him about bread that refuses to belong to one household, about dates placed in two hands at the same time, about boys learning short steps and songs that arrive in markets, about eyes that relearn how to see, about rope that fails and rope that holds, about a quarrel that chose to become work done side by side, about a young woman whose sentence watered us, about a widow who wrote kindness into a hem, about a sailor who learned boredom strong enough to keep the harbour from turning red. I failed at order and did not care, because gratitude rarely respects maps. He listened as if each city were a child of whom he had fought 1,000 knights. He asked the questions that shepherds ask, small, sharp, only as many as needed. He nodded when the room in Colossae arrived in my telling, and when Nympha's door opened ahead of the knock. He laughed for Athens in the precise place where laughter keeps pride from hardening. He looked away once when I spoke of the burial at Corinth, not because he did not wish to see grief, but because he wished to bless it without using his eyes to make it heavier. He touched the lamp without lifting it, and said quietly that small light is the right answer to most nights. We ate because all good talk asks for bread. Someone had put aside olives that tasted like rivers and hillsides, and storms that did not win. Someone had cut cheese into a fairness that could be measured by sight. He blessed the food as if food were a person and needed to hear its name and be told it was good. We thanked those whose hands we could not touch across water and roads. My voice shook twice, and he pretended not to notice so that I could keep speaking. When we prayed, the room seemed to breathe for us. He prayed first for those I had named, and then for those I had not named, but had carried in my shoulders without knowing it. He asked for strength not to conquer, and peace not to flee. He asked that we would be made one household without anyone losing their face or their voice. He asked that the churches would learn to wait for one another at the table and at the door. Rain began while he prayed, a soft rain that found the shutter and wrote its slow, short lines there, without smearing the ink. I slept near the door again, with the satchel between me and the wall, not because I had to, only because that is where rest finds me quickest. The lamp lay wrapped but near, and I knew I could wake and light it without stumbling. In the middle of the night, the rain spoke up, and the city answered with fewer shouts than usual. I opened my eyes once and saw the candle steady, as if it had memorized the room. He was awake, and not in a hurry. He looked toward the satchel, and then toward the window, and then toward heaven. And the look was the same in all three directions, a sort of quiet agreement. At first light, I woke to bread being sliced and water being poured with the care of people who have learned that mornings matter as much as evenings. He held the potter's bowl in his hands as if warming his fingers and set it down again where it could be useful. I tightened the strap, checked the awl by habit, and knew we would have a last talk before the next errand sent me out again. He smiled the smile of someone who has watched the road teach you more than a school would, and he said we would write, not only to the cities we had visited, but to the parts of ourselves that still needed reminding. I laughed at that, because it was exactly the kind of sentence that is truer the longer you look at it. The day had work for both of us. The rain promised to keep company without getting in the way. I took a slow drink of water and felt it become courage without asking my permission. The satchel weighted with the right weight, full enough to be ballast, light enough to walk. He rolled a sheet and set the reed near it. He looked at me as if to say, "Tell me one more thing before we begin," and I knew I would spend the next hour choosing a single sentence that could hold a dozen faces. Outside, a girl laughed in the stairwell, and the laugh ran down the steps like water. Rome breathed. The candle copied the breath, and the light did what light always does when it is given a room that is ready. Morning kept its promise and arrived on the soft soles of rain. It made a silver grammar on the shutters, commas and ellipses, never a shout. The city answered with lowered voices, the scrape of a broom, the hushed argument of doves, a cart deciding today to be gentle. In the room the candle had burned down to a short, faithful column, and the little lake of light on the table lay still as a held breath. I woke to the sound of pages being moved, with a care that would shame kings. He was already seated, the chain speaking its small syllables, when he turned, the reed between his fingers like a thin branch that still knew it had once been green. "Tea?" he said, by which he meant warm water from a clay pot, and the kindness of the invitation. I poured. The potter's bowl from Athens caught the steam and gave it back in little clouds that kept the lamp and candle company. On the sill, the laurel I had brought wore rain like reasoned praise. The satchel leaned against the wall with the confidence of a chair that has held many bodies. We did not hurry the first words. He let the room arrange itself around prayer, the way a field arranges itself around the first rain, roots listening, seeds turning in their sleep. The scribe, for Rome always finds a scribe when a scribe is needed, sat with his knees against the board, copying yesterday's love into today's lines. Ink smelled honest. It always does. My hands remembered the path to each gift without looking. The purse, the strap, the awl, the lamp, the bowl. He nodded at every remembrance, as if to bless the road again in retrospect. Visitors came, their knocks shy of authority. A doctor with quiet humour at the corners of his mouth. A man whose name meant good luck, and who had learned to earn it with feet. The young courier, who had once been all heel and haste, now carrying a packet with the dignity of slowness. Onesimus was there in the morning too, sitting where he could hear and not be seen until he chose to be. A habit some men learn after they have been forgiven and do not trust their joy to hold steady in public. His smile kept its seat. The reed touched the page, and the day began to turn into sentences. He spoke the way rain speaks to thirsty ground. No flourish, only enough, and then enough again. The scribe followed with a patience trained by long obedience. When a phrase needed breathing room, we gave it space and watched it grow a little light around itself. Sometimes he would lift his hand and ask me to read back a piece from another city, the thread of affection that had run through tents and markets returning to the needle. Ephesus, the weaving of belonging, Philippi, the bell of joy that does not force the ear. Colossae, the arch of forgiveness that could hold weight now. Thessalonica, the steadying of hands against panic. Berea, the lamp of measured truth. Athens, the altar that confessed and the minds that learned to listen. Corinth, the seam that chose love over fashion. He closed his eyes at each name as if he were blessing a child sleeping in another room. At midday, the rain left a note on the windowsill and wandered off to teach other roofs. The candle leaned in toward the lamp as if to exchange news. I trimmed the wick the way Myra had shown me. 2 taps and a pinch. No drama. And the small flame thanked me by burning clearer. He watched, pleased. Small lights teach discipline, he said, and smiled the way a teacher smiles when a student has made a habit of the lesson. We ate from the bowl and laughed at the miracle of ordinary hunger. Bread behaved itself. Olives told their truthful tale. Earth, time, sun, salt, patience. He blessed the food with the unhurried authority of someone convinced that blessing is not ceremony, but work. When we finished, he wiped the crumbs with his fingertip and let his tongue do the honest labour of gratitude. The scribe looked relieved to see a man in chains give thanks, as if he had just been set free. In the afternoon, a woman arrived with a shawl the colour of rain over roofs. She brought news from the quarter, where launderers make their living and lose their hands to water. She spoke of a widow who had found coins in the corner of her jar that were not there the night before. He nodded, as if he had long since told generosity to walk the streets untied. She spoke of a dispute over an awning's edge in the linen market. He asked her to take with her a single sentence to lay between them like a narrow table. Do not make shade for yourselves by standing in one another's light. She laughed, surprised to be given furniture instead of advice, and left with the sentence folded into her shawl. We returned to the script and its kindness. He dictated a small admonition, and then, as if hearing an echo from far water, added a tenderness to match. Rebuke the proud, lift the faint, honour the quiet ones who keep cups filled and doors oiled. He asked for names, and I gave him the ones I could carry in my mouth without breaking them. Rhea's hands that measured flour by love. Nicanor's arch making room for a better market. Nympha's door that became a hymn. Lydia's purple marrying my blue. Menander teaching his apprentice to measure twice and speak once. Myra's wick and her 2-fingered benediction. Aquila's quiet angle. Priscilla's cup for the river prayer. The boy with the tablet writing gentle until the word wrote him back. The key holder holding keys more lightly. The metal worker admiring another man's hinge aloud. The sailor saving the harbour with boredom stronger than rage. The widow hemming kindness into corners she would never see again. He listened as if these were not reports but sacraments. Then he said softly what I had already learned in rooms where bread cools and arguments calm themselves. The churches are strong where they choose. Small obediences, and keep them every day. The scribe wrote it down, then looked up and did not write the next line because it belonged only to our bones. And peace, he added, is not the absence of storms. It is the presence of Christ sitting quietly in the boat. The chain made its music. He shifted and the candle nodded. I took the awl from the satchel because Leather had asked for it. One strap hole had grown oval from miles. It wanted a companion closer to the buckle. He held the bag steady while I worked. Tap and turn, steady pressure, the clean give that tells you the tool is true. Teach me, his Tsar said, with a grin that could have talked a fig tree into bearing in winter. Only one honest thing at a time, I answered, and we both laughed at the education hidden in a piece of iron. We were interrupted by a young man carrying a fright disguised as news. A family quarrel had learned speed and malice and now wanted an audience. He looked at us with the plea people carry when they want you to make a door appear where there is only wall. He placed the facts on the table carefully, and we let them sit there, like a child who needs to be noticed without being spoiled. He began to apologize for the untidiness, and was stopped by a hand that has learned to bless interruptions. We are not busy, the hand said. We are serving a peace that would like work to do. What counsel do you give to the small garden where pride and shame are trying to plant their crops? He began with the soil. Name the wrong, he said. Do not flatter it with parables. Find the debt and put it on the table next to bread. Let the smallest member of the household bring the salt. Ask the angriest person to pour the oil. The young man steadied as he listened, as if words had put one hand on his chest and one at his back. And remind them, Minana, he added, that the Lord does not seat us by merit. He seats us by mercy, which relieves us and embarrasses us and then saves us. When the door had closed, we looked at one another in the way men look when they have just been allowed to be useful and therefore love the world a little more. The scribe cleared his throat in the embarrassed joy of a man who did not expect to be changed at work. The reed resumed its travel. The lines multiplied like good seed in rain. Evening gathered like wool and held the light in gentle fists. We made a circle of the gifts and let them speak to one another without speaking. The lamp, the bowl, the strap, the awl, the purse with its quiet testimony of purple hands and river laughter. He asked me to place the laurel on the satchel, not because we were interested in trophies, but because he enjoyed the joke of victory dressing as a leaf that dries and still smells good. There are crowns that do not bruise the head, he said. We will prefer these. We read back the day's work while the room turned into a hive whose honey is rest. The scribe caught a missed letter and set it straight. A child in the corridor, forbidden to run, ran softly and got away with it. The rain thought about returning and decided against it. We reached the benediction and let it fold itself like linen on the table's edge, ready for morning shoulders. When the reed slept and the ink's shine had learned to be dull, we gave thanks for words that consented to live in the world. Night taught us again how to be small. We blew the candle until its coal remembered the earth, then lit the Berean lamp with the surety of friends who know what to do even when sight is a rumour. Its small sun made no claims and made everything better. He watched it like a man who has not lost the taste for simple flame. When they ask for strength, he said into the humming quiet, tell them this. Strength is the art of staying when staying is holy. The art of leaving when leaving is obedience. The art of kneeling when the floor is clean and no one is watching. He laughed at his own sermon. And tell them peace is a chair set near the door for the one who visits without knocking. We spoke of departure because mornings are honest and do not allow us to pretend we live in evenings only. There were letters to send and errands to entrust. The satchel, newly kind to my shoulder, waited with the patience of good leather. We plan the small logistics that become sacraments when they are kept. Whose feet would carry what? Which route would offend fewer soldiers and bless more marketplaces? Which households would need the first knock of the day, and which would require the last? We did not solve the empire. We scheduled bread. He asked about my sleep on the road, how it had learned to find me quickly under a tree or beside a kiln, how dreams had kept their good behaviour most nights, how fear sometimes arrived and was given a stool by the door with strict instructions not to interrupt. He nodded, satisfied that the Lord had not forgotten to be kind. In the dark, he said, if you cannot sort your thoughts, count kindnesses. Then stop counting and let them count you. At last the room reached that note only rooms of prayer learn, a pitch where even the boards contribute. He lifted his hand and traced a blessing that found every shoulder without having to cross the room. I felt it land where men carry worry, and I let it sit there until it forgot to be heavy. Grace to you, he said, and the words did not sound like a letter's habit. They sounded like the world's design. Peace to you, he added, and the peace arrived like a familiar at last allowed to ring the bell and come in. Courage for your small obediences, joy for your long roads, rest for tonight. I lay down with the satchel between me and the wall, the lamp's small circle patrolling the quiet like a kindly guard. The chain made 2 notes and then politely held its peace. Beyond the shutter, Rome threaded her night with half smoke and mended quarrels and a soft curse from a cartman who had repented by the time he turned the corner. Rain returned in a new mood, lighter, curious, tapping the sill with the patience of one who will continue until every seed in the city knows what to do. Sleep came as it had before, like a friend who knows which board will creak, and steps around it. I dreamed I walked the roads again, not to earn anything, only to remember. The ridge above Laodicea, blue scarf and fig leaves, the river at Philippi writing joy on its own surface, the arch at Colossae lifting its humble strength, the lamp in Berea, small light answering small dark, the altar in Athens ready to learn its name, the seam at Corinth holding purple to blue, the candle in Rome refusing drama. In the dream, every doorstep I had knocked upon was already open, and every cat had found its brick, and every child had chosen 2 olives, and then put one back for later and had not been scolded. Toward the end of the night I woke once, not with worry, but with the gentle pressure of a word that had found me. He was awake too, because he respects words when they travel. We did not speak it aloud. We held it between us with gratitude, so it would not frighten and bolt. The lamp went on, making its case for small flame. I listened to the rain complete a sentence it had started 2 cities ago. Morning is faithful, and it came again, touching all, the strap, the bowl, the lamp, the purse, the laurel, the page. We ate, we blessed, we read what needed reading. He sealed what needed sealing. Visitors came and were sent with sentences that would get them through the door. We stood finally without rush. He set his hand on the satchel, then on me, a benediction that remembered the first day and did not apologize for repeating itself. Carry this without clutching, he said, not because he had forgotten he had told me before, but because a blessing improves with practice. Deliver it without hurry. Be small in the right ways. I stepped into the corridor where whispers behaved well. The guard pretended not to know my name, but gave me the exact space a man needs when he carries more than paper. The stair kept its promises. The city smelled of wet stone and cumin, and the first bread broken by households who had decided to forgive before breakfast. The sky chose a clean grey. My feet remembered their teacher. The satchel settled on the new hole in the strap, like a pilgrim who has finally found the right notch on a bench. Behind me, the candle lowered its voice. The lamp went out with dignity. The chain spoke, then rested. On the threshold, I looked once back and once forward, because both are manners a traveller should keep. Then I set my face toward the door that would open when I knocked, and toward the ones that would open before, and toward the ones that would teach me to wait until someone inside had finished counting kindnesses. The rain walked with me without trying to own the day. I let my breath lengthen until it matched the city's. Every stone offered a small obedience. Every window held a lit room where peace had chosen to live and make no noise about it. Grace to you, over dye vats and looms, over arches and workshops, over courtyards and quays. Peace to you, over beds where babies wake, and beds where old men finally sleep, and benches where apprentices learn the angle that keeps weather honest. Strength to you, the staying kind, the leaving kind, the kneeling kind. The road gathered itself under my steps, patient as always, ready to tell the next story in its quiet voice. The rain tapped the satchel once, like a friend knocking gently from the inside, and I smiled at the thought that letters, too, know how to rejoice before they are read.